Like, listen, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
They really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Good morning and welcome to the Georgia Gang on this Sunday, May 17th. The final push is on as campaigns race to the finish line in Georgia's primary. Also, Governor Brian Kemp calls lawmakers back for a special session on redistricting and to fix Georgia's election system. Also, more politics, a look at the lieutenant governor's races and 2 races for the Public Service Commission. Melita, Phil, Farron, and Martha are all here. The debate and discussion begins right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia Gang starts now.
We are just 2 days away from Georgia's primary election, and candidates are making their final pushes across the state. On the Republican side for governor, the money continues to flow, with political newcomer Rick Jackson putting in almost $75 million of his own money. According to the AJC, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones has loaned his campaign $16 million while raising another $800,000. Meanwhile, Brad Raffensperger's campaign took a serious turn this week when his campaign received threats and a suspicious object was found at a Macon airport event. And Chris Carr has the backing of former Governor Nathan Deal and Senator Saxby Chambliss and is trying to secure a runoff spot. Phil, let's start with you this week. What will you be watching on Tuesday night? I think, unfortunately, we will not know the outcome of this race until June 16th, the runoff.
That's right. And I still think that you're going to see a two-way race, even though you point out it's a 4-person race with Burt Jones and with Rick Jackson. I do think, and I saw this trend about a week ago or so, that there's a point of diminishing returns. I think we've talked about that a little bit on the show with all the negativity that Rick Jackson is doing against Jones in particular. And I think that's backfired. I think
they're both going at it, though.
They're both going at it.
One's doing it,
and I was
other.
about to say,
yeah.
I'm disappointed that I saw some negative ads on both sides, in the last couple of days. But I think that Jones has got better TV ads. And I think the one Jones ad, which will stir up the Trump base especially, is the revelation that Jackson donated to Stacey Abrams, who, I don't know of any true blue conservative that would ever donate to Stacey Abrams, how bad she is. So I do think, yes, runoff. And I think that Rick Jackson has to do better with retail politics. I'm disturbed by some of the videos where his people around him are trying to block the cameras and also
those are plants,
hustle
those are journalists.
Well, and there's trackers, but I don't care. I think you should stop and at least say something about your policy issue and spin it, and don't go rushing off to your van. So I think that's hurtful.
All right, Martha, over on the Republican side, and then we'll get to the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the negative ads have been going, from the beginning from both sides. I mean, Burt Jones came out negative pretty quickly after Jackson got in the race. And as far as trackers go and things like that, all sides do that. They don't want the trackers to get to their candidate, and that's just what happens. But look, I still think that there are, because of the number of undecideds, that we may be surprised on primary night as far as who is in second place. I think there is a place for it being, either Rick Jackson or Burt Jones, and one of those guys, and then either Chris Carr or Brad Raffensperger. I just see some momentum shift, kind of like what we're seeing in the Senate race. So I'm going to be watching for that while I'm on the road to Arizona, and I'll tell you more about that in Winners and Losers. And then there's a lot more happening in the lieutenant governor's race, in the Senate race. There's momentum on the Dooley side in the Senate race. It's great.
All right, we're going to talk about that in a minute.
Yes, sorry
if we get to it. Theron, on the Democratic side, let's talk governor's race. According to the polls, Keisha Lance Bottoms is likely to make a runoff, and all the attention is on the race for second place. Now, will it be Jason Estevez, Jeff Duncan, or Michael Thurmond? Who are you watching?
Well, I'm watching who's voting, and Melita and I were talking about this earlier. I'll give some stats. I know she has some as well, but Melita, you're correct. As we sit here on a Friday, right now we have roughly about 816,000 people who have voted. Out of the 814,000 people who have voted, 55% of them are Democrats at 450,000, and 43% of 351,000 are Republicans. And so Democrats are outvoting Republicans in early voting by almost 100,000 votes. The other thing that's very striking to me is that if you look at the ages 40 and up, 80+% of the people who voted so far are 40 years and older. So I think that's trending well for Keisha. Obviously, she's got the name recognition. She's back up on television with a lot of ads. But you got to think, who are the older, more experienced voters going in and voting for? And I think that has been very clear throughout this election that Michael Thurmond has been in the second place. He has a pathway. But I will say this, Jason Estevez is spending a lot of money. He's spending a lot of time. And I know that Jeff Duncan is spending a lot of money and a lot of time out with voters as well. So if this trend continues and it skews older, I think that it's going to favor Michael Thurmond and Jason Estevez. You also look at who is voting. Women are voting, particularly Black women. That's where you're going to probably see Keisha benefit from that as well, because I think a lot of Black women, some of them are undecided, but some of them are like, hey, you know what, I don't really know the others that are running. But the last thing I'll say is this, Lori, I want to encourage everyone to go vote. I can't tell you how many people are coming up to me saying, I don't know who to vote for. And so go to the My Georgia Voter page, print out a sample ballot, go through it. I did it with my mom on Mother's Day. It's easy. You can take the ballot into the polling place with you and ask questions if you don't know about the candidates who are running.
I just did it with my 18-year-old daughter, first-time voter.
And I'm sure y'all went through it together.
We did.
There
We
you
did.
go.
She
Everyone
took the
should
ballot
do
in
it.
with her.
Well, I got to tell you, I've gotten more requests this year to sit down with groups and just help them go through the ballot all the way to the bottom.
Well, the poll showed how many undecideds, Melita?
Well, it depends. I mean, there's some races where undecideds are 54 and 60%. So undecided is outpacing all the candidates in almost all of the races. And to Theron's point, yes, women are voting in higher numbers, 57% to 43%.
What's up, dirty dude? Welcome aboard. Happy Monday afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. If you are new to the show, please subscribe to the show. Who knows? You might like it. As you all file in, please make sure you like the show or dislike. But most people seem to like it okay. Apparently, we are setting records in Georgia. So I hope this is a harbinger, however you pronounce it, for the rest of the country. This probably, you know, every election is the most important election, but I think this midterm is going to be make or break for whether we kind of allow, you know, this MAGA authoritarianism, or whether we, you know, as a country, step up and go, no, this is too far. And I have a specific item that I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. Trump has gone too far. The corruption has gone too far. The naked corruption. Now, for Democrats, we know where the cracks in the system are now, and I think Democrats' main goal is to whip out the caulking and patch up some of these holes. Trump is what the founders feared, someone who is rapacious, to use a big word. And he is very good, or his people are very good at exploiting loopholes and cracks in the system. That ought to be Democrats' number one goal. We are going to repair what Trump broke, and might have to fight some fire with fire to get into office. But I think Democrats, if I were DNC chairman, repair, repel and repair would be my main mission statement. What's up, Deacon Dave? So let's continue with this.
As compared to men, and the young people are just not showing up yet, and that is very disappointing to the grassroots organizers. But Theron gave some great advice about doing your ballot. Just know that you cannot do your ballot on your phone and expect to take your phone in with you when you vote, because you can't take phones into the voting place. And then I will also encourage people to see who has raised money from grassroots regular citizens. In the Republican side, you got to give Chris Carr credit for raising a lot of money from grassroots voters, whereas the others are just writing checks. And the same thing has happened on the Democratic side. You have some candidates who've raised money from voters and others who are writing themselves checks.
On to the Senate race. We continue to see Governor Kemp campaigning hard for Derek Dooley in the Republicans' side. Polls show that Mike Collins is in the lead. Phil, is this one likely headed to a runoff, and who do you see making it?
It's going to be a runoff, and I think Derek Dooley will be in the runoff with one of the two, with Mike Collins and with Buddy Carter. I was looking at also some numbers, and Buddy Carter represents the coastal area of Georgia, and that is a very low turnout as of Friday morning, and that's not good for Buddy. That's his home turf. And so, and as we've said before, in Republican primaries, it's one above I-20. That's where the vast Republican votes are. So I'm predicting Dooley and probably Collins. I think that's going to be the runoff.
And Theron, the governor, is betting on Dooley.
Man, is he betting more? I mean, every time you see the governor out on his social media platform, Dooley's social media platform, Kemp is either there with him campaigning, or you see Kemp in the frame. Martha and I was doing Red Clay Rundown, and every time that Dooley popped up, you see Kemp over there talking to someone on the side. But this is a risky bet for the governor. Now, I'm very enlightened that my good friend Phil is looking into his crystal ball, which he does every single election. And to go and say that Dooley has really emerged as a second place contender is a testament to his hard work, him being an outsider, but also you got to give the governor a lot of credit. Now, I'm going to say this. And you look at the numbers, you're right. Chatham County is not voting where they need to be, but they are in the top 10. Richmond has got to pick it up. That's not in his congressional district, but that whole entire coast, that southeast coast, what Buddy represents, if that coastal area comes out and votes in bigger numbers, I do think Buddy Carter could challenge Dooley. But the problem is that all these other counties where Kemp has just been working it, he's spending money in this race. Dooley is spending money. I think it's going to be very hard to do it. But Collins is in the driver's seat. He's gotten hit a little bit here and there, but I agree with Phil. I think that if Dooley can hold it on election day, you could see him making this runoff.
Martha, what will you be watching?
Yeah, I think Dooley ends up in second place. He seems to be surging right now. I think Buddy Carter hurt him. He was doing a great campaign, but I think he hurt himself with that kind of, we should pause and we should do part here and there. I think that didn't seem common sense, and it may have hurt him with primary voters, because as you know, primary voters are your most engaged voters. You're never going to get the same turnout in a primary that you get in a general. So I'm looking for that. I think Mike Collins, the big challenge for him is this ethics stuff that they're going to be talking about. But, I predict if he ends up winning this runoff, that he may be retiring from Congress, and that would go away.
All right, we'll see. Melita?
Well, I think, those who promote Dooley talk about the fact that him being an outsider is a good thing, and because he doesn't have a long congressional voting record, which can be picked apart. But voting record is a double-edged sword for him, because he has that 20 years where he didn't vote in presidential elections. And people make the point of, why do we want to elect someone who didn't even bother to vote in 2 decades? So it will be interesting to see what happens and who prevails.
All right, we'll leave it there, folks. We got more politics coming up in our third block. But up next, lawmakers will be back under the Gold Dome to redraw district lines and finish the job they were supposed to do, fix the state's voting system. We'll discuss.
Question or comment for the Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
Governor Kemp announced this week that lawmakers will return to the Capitol on June 17th for a special session to tackle 2 major issues. First, there's a voting system crisis. A law banning QR codes and vote counting takes effect July 1st, but no one has replaced the affected machines. Secondly, the governor is moving to redraw Georgia's political maps for 2028 following the Supreme Court's decision gutting voting rights protections. Theron, what does this special session mean for Georgia voters and the political landscape heading into 2028?
Lori, you mentioned that I came in here on Friday morning, April 3rd, and I was tired because we were all up late as Sunny died. And so us lobbyists, we knew leaving that Capitol on that day, we were coming back for a special session, deal with the QR code issue. And then there was a lot of rumors that possibly the governor is going to have to deal with some tax issues to deal with the budget. And also there were a couple bills that may have to be revisited. But what we did not know is that the Supreme Court decision was going to come down in Louisiana. So now the governor's hands was forced to say, okay, you got to bring them back, but when? And you got to look at whether or not you're going to redraw these maps. Now, I will commend the governor for not starting a uproar, which I thought would have just made the state explode had he decided to do it while people were voting in 2026. But he has decided to come back in June 17th, the day after the runoff, to redraw district maps for 2028. Democrats are outraged. We think that it's unnecessary to do this. We hope that people would actually look at fair maps, but this decision totally gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But surprisingly, Lori, there are not a lot of Republicans thrilled about this either. One, a lot of them are saying, hey, why didn't we come back sooner? Some of them are saying, well, why not wait until November? And then a lot of them are saying, well, why don't we wait until next year? Now, I know why the Republicans are not going to wait till next year, because they don't want to run that risk of a Democrat winning the governor's mansion and that person, he or she, being able to control the bully pit with the governor's office. But I think it's met with mixed reviews. We got to do it. But I think the governor also got a lot of criticism for not vetoing House Bill 369. And so this was a good pivot for him to take some of the heat off of that to say, hey, we're going to bring people back for a special session.
Martha, I want to ask you first about the QR code issue. Are we likely to see legislators just pause on that and maybe delay it until they revamp the whole system?
I think it would be that would be the logical thing to do, because you've voted now in the primary with the QR codes and the general. I know they're separate elections, but I also know that they want to implement the law. And we still have the majority. And I think most Republicans want to implement the law. So I don't know what's going to exactly happen with that, but I think that's the right reason for this special session. I'm conflicted about the whole redistricting thing. Theron and I talked about it last night on Red Clay Rewind, because it's just, I think it's just confusing, and I don't think we had to do it. But, I've talked to some people very high up, and they explain the reasons why they had to do it, so I'm going to trust them.
All right, Melita.
Well, it's interesting that this special session will take place in the first few days of the World Cup matches in Atlanta, and that's going to cause traffic problems, security problems, and hotel room shortages. So they're not going to be real happy about having to compete with that, because the legislative session usually comes at a time when legislators can get into restaurants and whip around in traffic. I think that it's interesting that they are having this special session like Theron, because they really are afraid that Democrats could win the governor's race or flip a chamber, because any maps drawn in 2026, in the summer of 2026, if Democrats win the governor's mansion and a chamber, they can be redrawn in 2027 before 2028. And so it's in some ways a sign of their desperation that they want to retool these maps, because the maps are already pretty doggone gerrymandered. Yeah.
Phil, sign of desperation?
Oh, I'm thrilled. I'm one Republican there that's thrilled we're doing the redistricting, because there's two areas here, the federals, so that's congressional, and Sanford Bishop's district, it's only 50% African American, so I think that could be changed. And by the way, Theron, the Democrats did this all the time during my career in the 1980s and 90s, and they had a crazy district. So this outrage now is laughable. But I think when it comes, aside from the congressional
these fucking Republicans and their whataboutism. Oh, these people.
Redoing the boundaries. I think that the Republicans could pick up in the state house, which is getting narrower with the Democrats. I think they could pick up 5 to 6 seats. Redistricting can be done wholesale. I don't think the Republicans are going to do that. They're going to do it selective, just like they did in 2023. They'll take 4 or 5 districts, tweak them to make it Republican dominated. So I think that would be a good thing for 2028. I don't think the Republicans are scared if Keisha Lance Bottoms is going to be the Democrat nominee, but it's got to be done now and get it done right, because the court challenges. And one last thing, speaking of court challenges, that's what's going to happen with the QR code. No matter what they do, they're stuck.
Never a boring time here in Georgia. Another big topic. Governor Kemp signed the state budget this week, but it came with some really tough choices. It included nearly $1.5 billion in new tax cuts pushed by lawmakers, but then the governor wielded his budget axe and cut about $300 million in spending. The casualties included summer food programs for kids, paid leave for pre-K teachers, and supplies for foster care children. Melita.
Well, Governor Kemp could use a moral compass course correction, given some of these cuts. I mean, homeless veterans, funding for them was cut. $30 million was cut for school transportation needs. And when gas prices are really through the roof, these rural counties have trouble getting their buses around. And it's not like in Atlanta, where schools are geographically close to their students. Kids have to commute for miles and miles and miles. And so it's not going to make the governor or Republicans look really good when the impact of these budget cuts happens.
Martha?
I think overall they were fairly small numbers, and it didn't totally eliminate programs or where they can't move monies around. So all in all, I'm kind of glad when I see a governor veto some things and show some consideration. But you know, no one ever likes the programs vetoed. No one ever likes things in there. And I was definitely concerned about the foster care issues being done. I don't understand individual programs. I understand more that some of the targeted tax cuts that he vetoed, because they were really carve-outs, and we're trying to get away from these carve-outs and to lower income taxes altogether. So I understand the vision for that. Some of these other programs I don't.
And some of those programs that were, quote, cut, but they were new monies. So they weren't already, earmarked for.
Yeah, but it was new money that these legislators, Republicans and Democrats, fought very hard to actually go back to their districts and say, hey, I wanted to make sure that we had tax cuts for veterans. I know you agree with that, Phil.
Yeah, but if we generate more money, we can, like Martha says, we can restore that, the new money.
Well, last time I checked, we got a, $17 billion surplus?
Yeah.
I think that's the last time I checked. Shout out to my boy Jeezy, who says that on his song. But last time
that's due to Republican governance, as you well know.
That's due to Biden sending down that money.
Oh, come on.
All right. We'll leave it there because still lots to go. Voters are also casting ballots for Lieutenant Governor and the Public Service Commission. A look at those races straight ahead.
Join the discussion on the Georgia Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
While voters focus on governor and Senate, several other major races remain unclear. The lieutenant governor's race on both sides is wide open, with many voters still unsure who should fill the role. Martha, these down ballot races are not getting much attention at all.
They're not, but I want to quickly correct, when I said tax cuts, I meant tax credits in the last block. So I want to correct that. But yeah, what I have heard from, and I've heard from a lot of people this time, especially in the lieutenant governor's race, they're really not sure who to vote for. And I had a lovely dinner last Friday night with a group of 80-something women that were asking those questions. And the advice I gave to them is you vote your conscience in the primary, okay? And then when you get to the runoff, you might have to compromise a little bit when you get to the runoff. So a lot of these ladies in our area, they're going to vote for Steve Gooch because he's the local guy, okay? So that I just tell people, I don't want them to not vote. So you want to give them a strategy to be able to go and vote. But it's also Public Service Commission eyes glaze over. I mean, they just glaze over. They don't know what to do. And I think it'll be interesting to see, how it plays out, because we don't want to get any more Democrat seats in the Public Service Commission. So we have to have the right people going into the general.
I think the poll was very interesting because it was the first poll that I've seen for lieutenant governor that actually I think was a depiction of where people are, and that is they're undecided.
It's like 60-some%.
I haven't seen some undecided, and because a lot of folks, they go in, if you're a Democrat, and we haven't mentioned Don Ossoff on this program, but you vote for him if you're a Democrat, and then the governor's race takes a lot of deciding, and then you get the lieutenant governor, and on our side we got 3 people. But I think the PSC commission, to Martha's point, is kind of buried in there. Again, I saw it when I did my sample ballot, but I think folks are going to think long and hard about that position, but you got a lot of good people running, and I encourage people to study the candidates. But the other thing that, again, just go back to this, folks, do your research. There are a lot of good websites out there that you can go to. You can go to Peach Paul, you can go to WABE, you can go to AJC, you can go to James. I know you talk about it on your show, Lita. I know you probably educated women who you serve. And so just ask questions and do these people a favor, because they are spending money. They're trying to cut through the ads and get people to pay attention to these races. But I think the PSC race is going to have a high voter turnout.
And there are 10 candidates competing for those 2 spots on the Public Service Commission. Right. And you know,
let me make a point here, Clarice. Literally, the last Democratic governor I can remember was probably the 70s. I'd have to go look it up, but George has had Republican. No, Nathan Deal. So it would be the 80s. So, but it's been, dude, that's like 30 years ago or something. So, this dude has been holding this grudge for 30 years.
It is. We've mentioned this before. It's a powerful board that sets utility rates and policy as Georgia continues really to see more plans for data centers.
A footnote to that. I think social media is kind, though, to some of these down ballot races, because you can see what some of the candidates are saying and doing. And I agree with my colleagues. We got to do our homework. But I think in the Republican primary, I think when you're looking at Carolyn Roddy and Fitz Johnson, I think they've done a great job with social media. And again, you're just trying to whip up the base on both parties.
Well, and ultimately in November, the partisan makeup of the PSC will be on the ballot. And control of the PSC is on the ballot with those races.
All right, I'm going to squeeze one more issue in here. Governor Kemp signed a controversial elections measure that makes several local races in Metro Atlanta nonpartisan starting in 2028. Democratic prosecutors in 5 counties are already vowing to sue, calling it an unconstitutional attack on their power. Theron?
This is just when, I'll be real quick, this is when I thought the governor was going to veto, because what he could have said is this, and not try to tell the governor what to say, but I think he could have legitimately said to his Republican colleagues, hey, guys, why don't we take a look at this next session? And if we're going to make these judicial and law enforcement positions nonpartisan, why don't we look at doing it statewide? But to deliberately go after these 5 counties that are Democratic strongholds, positions that are held by Black women, I think the lawsuits that have come, and there is a lot of outrage in the community about it.
If you're going to do it for 5, why not all, Phil?
Well, that's the argument, and that'll be the argument in court. It's going to go to court. It'll be a lawsuit as an equal protection argument. However, I did see Seminole County several years ago actually did it for their local officers. It's not the sheriff, by the way. It's the DA, the solicitor, the surveyor. They want them to be nonpartisan. But no, it'll be hashed out in court.
Melita?
Well, what's interesting is that only 1% of district attorneys nationwide are Black women, and yet we have a concentration of 5 of them here in the Metro Atlanta area. Sherry Boston is the one with the most seniority because she's been serving for more than a decade, and she has definitely vowed that she will take this to court because she believes it's unconstitutional, and they have a strong argument.
And Martha, I've seen a lot of Democrats say that this is personal against Fonnie Willis.
Look, I think that Phil is right that you've got to, there's going to be a lot of lawsuits related to this because when you carve out like this, people are going to ask those questions. And I do think the discussion needs to be had. I've always thought these kinds of races should be nonpartisan. Okay. I've always thought that was the right way to go, just like, because they really are city servants. They're city and community servants. And we do our mayor's races nonpartisan, even though we all know what party they are. But we should do that.
All right, we'll leave it there. Coming up, winners and losers. Stay tuned.
Time now for the week's winners and losers.
All right, Melita, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I want to make Andrea Young a winner because she's stepping down as the executive director of the ACLU during the month of June. And then while I wasn't on last week for the tributes to Ted Turner, I want to call attention to a Maria Supporter column, which proposes that Atlanta has not yet done enough to honor his legacy and that a more suitable memorial to him needs to be found.
All right, Phil.
I have a winner, and it's federal judge J.P. Boulay. Just recently, he ruled, rightly so, in my opinion, that the FBI had every right to go and investigate in Fulton County, double voting, the manipulation of ballots, et cetera, et cetera. That was the reason the FBI is currently investigating. So that was a winner, and also loser. I was in Gwinnett County the other day for a big luncheon. Nick Messino in the chamber did a panel presentation that's touting Rowan. And I do a little work for them. It's a great operation. It's a knowledge community. They just pulled that new pharmaceutical company in, $2 billion investment there. So that was a winner.
All right, Darren.
I want to give a shout out to all of the poll workers in the state who are serving on the front lines of democracy. Guys, thank you so much for all the folks that have been early voting. Again, we're right at about 1 million people who've early voted. So shout out to them. Also, the city of Social Circle, who filed a lawsuit, again, a federal lawsuit to stop the creation of this detention center in their city. And then lastly, I just want to encourage all the Democrats to make sure you go out and vote. Vote the entire ticket. And when you come to governor, make sure you vote for someone who can win in November.
All right, Martha.
So I want to make a winner, Sarah Warren. I think she's done a great job in her campaign in not politicizing her campaign for Supreme Court. And I'm going to take a little point of personal privilege. I'm leaving Monday to ride with my daughter out to Arizona. All my little chickens have flown. I don't have anybody living close to me anymore. But as my husband says, it's not about us anymore. It's about them.
Yes. Well, my daughter's graduating from high school. So congrats, Alex. We'll see you next week, everybody.
Oops. So, I should go and do the Georgia vote, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, well, here in the South, Claris, we don't mind our elders. He seems like a good guy. So let the elders have their talking points. We don't go after boomers here in Georgia. We treat our elders with all due respect. So that is that. So let's get into some news articles here. We'll start off with Trump's exit, his exit poll from China. New York Times is saying Trump calls Xi a friend, but he left China without any breakthroughs. The lack of concrete agreements with Beijing shows the risks of President Trump's personality-driven foreign policy, which rests on the belief that he can defend U.S. interests through charm and force of will. I don't know who he's charming. The world does not seem to like him very much. I have a video tomorrow that I'm going to show that a view from Australia. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
Trump calls Xi a friend, but he left China without any breakthroughs. This article is by Anton Troyanovsky and read by an automated voice. There was a vague agreement that China would purchase Boeing jets and more American soybeans. There was discussion about Iran and opening the Strait of Hormuz, and a nod to other issues, like cracking down on chemicals used to make fentanyl. But President Trump departed Beijing on Friday with almost nothing concrete to show for his two-day summit with President Xi Jinping of China. After months of buildup and a delay necessitated by Mr. Trump's difficulty in extricating the United States from the war with Iran, the summit ended with no major public progress on the Middle East, trade, Taiwan, nuclear proliferation, artificial intelligence, or any of the other myriad issues that are sources of friction between the world's two superpowers. Instead, Mr. Trump seemed intent on a different kind of diplomacy, forging a personal bond with a Chinese leader who appeared far more focused on advancing his own nation's strategic agenda. Mr. Trump toasted Mr. Xi as my friend at their banquet in Beijing on Thursday and said he had become really a friend when they sat down before the cameras on Friday. A Chinese foreign ministry spokesman, asked at a briefing during the summit whether Mr. Xi considered Mr. Trump a friend, responded with boilerplate. The two sides exchanged views on major issues. Mr. Trump has hailed the summit in Beijing as a major success, highlighting the personal bond he says he has built with China's longtime leader. But the feeling is not necessarily mutual, as evidenced by Mr. Xi's more measured tone and the lack of clarity about any major agreements. Orville Schell, vice president of the Center on U.S.-China Relations at the Asia Society in New York, called the summit quite insubstantial and aspirational. "We have Trump dreaming out loud," he said. The mismatch shows the risks in Mr. Trump's personality-driven foreign policy, his bet that he can solve the world's problems and defend American interests by his charm and force of will. In Mr. Xi, the U.S. president faced a counterpart this week well-versed in Mr. Trump's desire for praise and pomp and with an apparent strategy for how to exploit it. The result, analysts said, was a summit that illustrated the growing confidence of China on the world stage, alongside a strategically muddled U.S. foreign policy under Mr. Trump. The summit might yet come to be seen as the start of a shift toward a more stable relationship between the United States and China. But few of even the limited accomplishments that Mr. Trump spoke about were confirmed by China, while Mr. Xi set the tone with an assertive posture over Taiwan. Experts say there is no question that personal chemistry between leaders is crucial, especially when authoritarian, centralized countries like China are involved. Susan L. Shirk, a senior State Department Asia specialist in the 1990s, said President Bill Clinton worked hard to establish a rapport with Jiang Zemin, the Chinese leader at the time. He would keep his eyes on Mr. Jiang even during the translation of his remarks, Ms. Shirk recalled. But Mr. Trump's lavishing of praise on Mr. Xi was different, Ms. Shirk said, especially in contrast to the Chinese leader's more restrained language.
Yeah, I don't get it. I honestly don't get what Trump's deal is with Xi. I think he just wants to be accepted in the authoritarians club. That's the only thing I can think of. So Clarice is asking an interesting question here in light of the VRA decision that the Supreme Court made. Do I believe that voting is effective anymore? And my response is, well, it's effective. However, like-minded voters in a district will get representation. If the like-minded voters get redistricted, broken up into pieces and assigned to other districts, then their interests are not necessarily going to be represented. Now, here's the deal. I can't remember who I heard, and I agreed with this opinion that it could be that Democrats are going to be forced to change their game, and I think that's probably a good thing. Now, this point is on shakier ground, in my opinion. Republicans are going to be, more involved or more likely to address concerns in places like Memphis. And I think that's bogus. I don't think they will at all. I think that, the quote urban concerns will be on a back burner if they're even considered at all. Look at how these cities have been. Like Memphis, for instance, is in a Republican state, and it's one of the highest. I think I've heard somebody say it's like number 10 in the country as far as number of violent crimes. I don't think that Republicans care about majority Democrat urban issues. It was a black commentator on YouTube, some political show, basically saying that, that blacks should be looking to Republicans, et cetera, et cetera. Well, Republicans don't offer blacks anything other than, hey, blacks, you need to be more thick-skinned and deal with racists willingly. Republicans don't care about any of the black issues except maybe prison reform. That seems to be something that has been on Trump's radar. I can't think of any other urban concern that Trump has addressed. HBCUs, he's addressed, I guess, but not to any degree that that would, in my opinion, deserve fanfare. I can't think of what Republicans might offer. I hear a lot of Black Republicans talk about, well, it's Trump is easier on my wallet or on my bottom line. I know there's, the tax on tips, no tax on tips up to a ceiling, no tax on overtime up to a ceiling. But other than that, I don't know that he addresses any specific Black concern. So the votes will count, but the interest may not be prioritized in the same way. So, I mean, I guess you could argue the vote has less power, but it's kind of a subjective thing. I do think it will force Democrats to up their game, change their game, modify their game, whatever they need to do. And I talked about Justin Pearson, I think his name is. Steve Cohen, who is the current U.S. House member for the district in Tennessee that largely covers Memphis. He's going to be retiring. And Justin Pearson, that younger Tennessee House member who got in hot water a few years ago, he has decided to run in any case, redistricting or not, which I commend. It could be that Democrats will have to figure out how to win in more Republican leaning districts, which is perfectly fine. Have at it. But games will change for the better or the worse. I don't know. But like I said, if I were DNC chairman right now, I would literally be running on a platform of the good thing about MAGA is it has exposed some weak links in the American, way, the government, what have you. And I would basically be running on a platform. Well, we need to go in, we need to repair, fix, caulk, whatever we need to do, the weaknesses in our institutions that MAGA has exposed, among other things. But, this corruption that MAGA has introduced and continues to profit on needs to go away. They are not, they're not your grandpa's Republicans. They basically are using taxpayer money in ways that 50% of the country at least probably doesn't approve of, and they're forcing it through. It is very anti-American and anti-democratic. And I'm coming to the story that, that's prompting this little soliloquy. So anyway, let's move on. Oh, yeah, this is the story I'm talking about. So Trump drops a $10 billion IRS lawsuit over leaked tax returns. Why is a president suing the IRS? I don't know. President Donald Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over the leak of his tax returns, as stated in a May 2026 court filing. The lawsuit was dismissed after U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams questioned whether the case could proceed since Trump was both plaintiff and defendant. Reports indicated that the Trump administration was planning a $1.7 billion fund to compensate allies alleging wrongful investigations, which caused backlash from Democrats. Democrats criticized the proposed fund as an unconstitutional and a political grievance fund to pay off Trump's allies. Well, basically, the suit is settled. The agreement is Trump drops the $10 billion lawsuit, and we get this. The Justice Department announces anti-weaponization fund. Part of settlement agreement in Donald J. Trump v. Internal Revenue Service. So essentially, $1.7 billion of taxpayer money to be used it's reparations for MAGA. all the people that feel that they have been wronged by the Biden administration's weaponization of the Justice Department and the government overall, they may be able to recoup their legal bills, I guess. And Trump would be one of them, I'm sure. So this is the corruption I'm talking about. So this motherfucker is going to do reparations for MAGA. And there are people out there going, Black people should be voting for this. This is truly corruption at its best. And if I were DNC chairman, I would be, this has got to stop. Other than what I've already said, I don't even know how to deal with this. So let's see. This is in quotes. The machinery of government should never be weaponized against any American. And it is this department's intention to make right the wrongs that were previously done while ensuring this never happens again, said Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. As part of this settlement, we are setting up a lawful process for victims of lawfare and weaponization to be heard and seek redress. It's reparations, baby. The use of government power to target individuals or entities for improper and unlawful political, personal, or ideological reasons should not be tolerated by any administration, said Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General Trent McCotter. So here we go, folks. We've got blanket pardons for January 6th people, and now we've got a reparations fund set up. And Black people, you need to come off the Democrat plantation and vote for this. Oh, man. All right, so let's move on. Consequently, Trump's approval rating sinks amid unpopular war, darkening GOP prospects. With the midterms nearing, President Trump's approval rating has hit a second-term low as voters question his handling of the economy, according to the latest New York Times Siena poll. So this first chart here actually amazed me. So the question is, do you think Donald Trump's decision to go to war with Iran was the right decision or the wrong decision? Well, Republicans that they polled, 70% of them, 70% think it was the right decision to go to war with Iran. What in the fuck? Truly amazing. We live in interesting times. And Black people need to be voting for things like the Iran war. Come join the 70% of Republicans who approve of Trump's war with Iran. Fuck. Oh, boy. And in the meantime, while we're warring with Iran, The labor market is stuck, and there's some charts here to show why. And by the way, all these links that I'm showing are actually in the show notes. If anybody wants to give stricter scrutiny, more scrutiny to what I'm talking about. So I'll just read a little bit of this. It says here the U.S. job market is fairly stable, but it certainly doesn't feel that way to most job seekers. The job market is slow, or as many would say, stuck, especially compared to the rocketing growth that followed coronavirus pandemic shutdowns. Now hiring is stagnant. The labor force is shrinking, and workers who would like to find a new position are nervous to quit their jobs. Yet the job market is not in crisis, it's just stayed. And that feels bad for the millions who are trying to advance their careers or keep paychecks rolling in. It's not weak, we're just kind of sitting there. And yeah, I commented on this earlier. It just seems like we're in a holding pattern. And so we go. Not too bad, not too good. Except it's not just right. Let me clear up some tabs here. So what have we got next? The USS Gerald R. Ford returns home after an 11-month deployment, supporting the Iran war and Maduro's capture. Damn, it's been all over the place. USS Gerald Ford returned to its Virginia base after an 11-month deployment, marking the longest carrier deployment since the Vietnam War. Wow. Approximately 4,500 sailors who had been on board since June returned when the carrier docked at Naval Station Norfolk with 2 destroyers. During the deployment, the crew dealt with non-combat fire that temporarily displaced many sailors. Yeah, they had a laundry room fire. So welcome back, Gerald Ford. I have had at least 2 deployment returns to Norfolk, Navstay, New York. Navstay, Norfolk. And it is a glorious thing. All right, so Supreme Court rejects appeals from drug manufacturers over Medicare price negotiations. Interesting. So the Supreme Court rejected high-profile appeals from major pharmaceutical companies on Monday, allowing the federal government to continue directly negotiating Medicare prescription drug prices. That is good news, at least. By declining to review the challenges, the justices left intact a lower appellate court ruling that dismissed the industry's claims that the mandatory negotiation process violates their constitutional rights. Drug manufacturers had fiercely argued that the program's steep tax penalties for noncompliance essentially amounted to an unconstitutional taking of private property and compelled speech. Despite receiving 0 Republican votes during its 2022 passage under the Biden administration, the cost-cutting program has been fully embraced and defended in court by the Trump administration. Yep. So that's something that happened under the Biden administration that the Trump administration is taking credit for. Typical. All right. And then more Justice Department judicial-ish news. Comey takes a swipe at Todd Blanche. Comey on Justice Department case, Blanche needs to bone up on the rules. Well, let's hear a little bit of this.
Comey on Justice Department case. Blanche needs to bone up on the rules, by Ashley Fields. James Comey on Sunday urged Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to bone up on the rules amid the federal prosecution of the former FBI director. I do not talk about the case because the federal court rules require you not. I would urge the Acting Attorney General to bone up on the rules. Comey said during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press when asked about the case. Kamai has been indicted on 2 counts over allegations that a photo of seashells he shared on Instagram constituted a threat on President Trump's life. During an interview with NBC earlier this month, Blanche addressed questions about the investigation into the social media post, which included a photo of seashells in a formation reading 8647. This is not just about a single Instagram post, Blanche told NBC's Kristen Welker. This is about a body of evidence that the grand jury collected over a series of about 11 months. On Sunday, Kamai said Blanche should not be speaking on the case and declined to respond to the remark. I do not want to comment on it, because then someone will say I am commenting on the case. He ought not to be talking about it. I cannot talk about it, Kamai told Welker. That is why we have a judicial process in a courtroom, he added. The Justice Department previously charged the former FBI director for making a false statements and obstruction in a 2020 testimony he gave before the Senate. However, a judge threw out the case after determining that the federal prosecutor, former U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully appointed to her position.
Yeah, this is going to go away. Now, the problem is, his claim of being a private citizen, which is technically true. He is a former FBI director, et cetera, but it's a waste of taxpayer money. And this is what I'm talking about. Should Black people join the Republican Party so we can see Trump doing lawfare against James Comey while yet establishing a reparations fund for MAGA people who claim that they were victims of lawfare? It's a bizarro, it's a bizarro world we're living in these days. So apparently Trump was trying to get the taxpayers. You remember his ballroom supposedly had a bunch of donors, billionaire like donors. Well, apparently Trump, that's not enough. Trump needs some taxpayer money. So the Senate parliamentarian rejects Trump ballroom funding in GOP package. On Saturday night, the Senate parliamentarian ruled that a $1 billion security provision for President Donald Trump's proposed White House ballroom cannot be included in the GOP immigration enforcement bill. What? Dealing a major procedural blow to the president's priority. He was trying to sneak it into an immigration bill. Immigration enforcement bill. Republicans sought to include the funds within a roughly $72 billion immigration enforcement package to bypass the Senate's 60 vote threshold, hoping to secure passage via a simple majority using complex budget reconciliation rules. Wow. Yeah, they taxpayers are going to be on the hook for a lot of things that we may not necessarily want to have tax dollars go to. All right, so some good news, I guess. Ex-Sinaloa security chief is first of 10 indicted Mexican officials to surrender to U.S. authorities. Why is a Sinaloa chief considered a Mexican official? So Gerardo Merida Sanchez was arrested in Arizona and presented in federal court in Tucson. Merida and Rocha, don't know who Rocha is, face charges in a federal indictment for conspiring with Sinaloa cartel leaders to import narcotics to the U.S. Sanchez is the first of 10 indicted officials to appear in court. He allegedly accepted $100,000 monthly in bribes for arresting rivals and sharing investigation details. All right, well, That is a good thing. So this again, this is just Trump's failure. Well, the Justice Department has become a failing institution in Trump's second administration. They just lose all kinds of cases for just all kinds of different reasons. So judges toss charges against 9 over U.S. Attorney Darren Smith's deeply concerning misconduct. So 3 federal judges dismissed felony grand jury indictments, against 9 defendants Friday, citing misconduct by interim U.S. Attorney for Wyoming Darren Smith that could have prejudiced jurors. In quotes, this is not a case that a few offhand statements were improperly sprinkled throughout the presentation of evidence in one defendant's case, the judge's order reads. This misconduct began with some of the first words spoken to the grand jury, and the misconduct continued to penetrate the proceedings in off-the-record conversations occurring on the breaks between indictments. Damn. Defense attorneys sought the dismissals on the grounds that Smith improperly told the grand jury the defendants were bad guys, stated they were murderers, and that deliberations won't take long. Oh, man. Yeah, the best and brightest don't go to Trump's Justice Department, apparently. What's up, Bobby? What's up, Candy Cane? Welcome aboard. So this ICE agent, you remember these ICE agents claimed that they were jumped by a couple Venezuelans? Well, how the tables have turned.
Divided by 2 separate officers appears to
sorry about that. ICE agent charged with 4 counts of assault in Minnesota shooting of Venezuelan immigrant. Damn. How the times have changed. So let's listen to this. Here we go.
The shooting by an ICE officer in Minneapolis last month sparked immediate protests. At the time, DHS said the officer fired in self-defense, hitting one suspect in the leg after they said he was attacked by multiple men.
What we saw was 3 individuals weaponize shovels and brooms and attack an ICE officer that had to defend himself.
But tonight, a stinging rebuke of 2 ICE officers from the acting director of the agency, who says they appear to have lied about the shooting of that Venezuelan man. Todd Lyons saying a joint review by ICE and the Department of Justice of video evidence has revealed that sworn testimony provided by 2 separate officers appears to have made untruthful statements, adding the unnamed officers have been immediately placed on administrative leave pending the completion of a thorough internal investigation and may face termination of employment as well as potential criminal prosecution. Julio Cesar Sosa Solis, who was shot in the leg, and Alfredo Alejandro Alhorna had been charged with assaulting federal officers. Tonight, those charges have been dropped. Tonight, an attorney for Sosa Solis says he is cooperating with an investigation into the shooting and, quote, determined to seek justice against the officer. Tom.
What we're going to do is
all right. Well, that is a blast from the past. Well, one of the agents has been charged with assault. An ICE agent who shot a Venezuelan man is accused by Minnesota prosecutors of lying about the incident. ICE agent Christian Castro was charged with 4 counts of assault in the second degree and 1 count of falsely reporting a crime related to the January shooting of Julio Sosa Solis. During an attempted immigration arrest, Minnesota prosecutors announced on Monday afternoon. The charges against Castro accuse him of shooting through the front door of a residence with the intent to cause fear of immediate bodily harm or death to the 4 adults who were just inside the door. He shot through a door? What in the fuck? Oh man. And people on YouTube, these anti-black blacks, MAGA blacks, and black conservatives, so-called black conservatives, expect black Democrats to escape the Democratic plantation and vote for this, shooting through a fucking front door. Yeah. Let's all switch to Republican and vote for that. So this is interesting. This is the second time in 2 weeks that Trump has been able to primary sitting candidates, Republican incumbents, and get his way. Happened in Indiana State House primary. I guess it was last week. And Bill Cassidy, who's been in the Senate for quite some time, lost his primary. So Trump has gotten all kinds of traction in Louisiana. He's going to get rid of a black, one of 2 black voting districts, majority black voting districts, and he has basically defeated a 2-term Republican who actually had some power. I even know who Bill Cassidy is. So I guess Trump prevails. So we're going to stick with Louisiana and the VRA. And a little bit of Louisiana. So Justice Jackson protests as Supreme Court uses Louisiana gerrymandering ruling to instruct lower courts. So what this basically means is that there could be other cases that wind up being reversed because of this Calais case. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson protested the Supreme Court's decision to use their recent ruling in a Louisiana gerrymandering case to instruct lower courts on how to define the Voting Rights Act, a move that could wipe out previous legal victories for voting rights groups. The court on Monday sent a Mississippi case back to the U.S. District Court for further consideration following their ruling in Louisiana v. Calais, which rejected race-based gerrymandering. The case presents only the question of Section 2's private enforceability, which our decision in Louisiana v. Calais did not address. Jackson dissented, referencing Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Thus, I see no basis for vacating the lower court's judgment. So there's going to be fallout. There will be further fallout from Louisiana v. Calais. So I also talked last week mentioning former New York Times columnist Charles Blow, who wrote a book called The Devil You Know. And the premise of the book was, quote, reverse migration. Black people basically leaving some of the urban areas. Basically the Great Migration involved leaving the South, going to places like Chicago, Detroit, New York, and even as far away as Los Angeles or places in California. He's saying, look, the majority of blacks are already in the South. If we want, power, political power, the best way to do it is a reverse migration where we, folks come back to the South just to concentrate power. And he is the only one that I know of that has actually written a whole book with a plan of how we, as a black, community, I guess, uh, gain power. So he happens to be, I guess he's got an upcoming interview on the new Firing Line. It's a PBS show. And I forget the lady's last name, Martha Henderson or something like that. So I just want to play a little bit of this audio. I don't think I can.
Do you know that the return
I might be
of
able to
Black
do full
Americans
screen.
as majority populations in key southern
Hold on
states
one sec. Let me stop it right quick and rewind it. So just listen to a little bit of this, and I plan on watching it. It's or maybe it's already happened. I'll go back and see can I find it. Yeah, apparently this is from an old episode. I need to go back and find it and see if I can show it.
Do you know that the return of Black Americans as majority populations in key southern states wouldn't trigger a whole new reign of terror?
I can't predict what will happen. And white supremacy has always responded with violence when its power was threatened. And I do recognize this is a revolutionary act that I'm asking people to undertake. And there are no revolutionary acts without risk and without resistance. But Black people have to ask themselves, do you want power or not? There are paths to it. This is one. Maybe there are other ones. I don't know other ones.
Well, like I said, he actually, and Charles Blow, I have to give him credit. As a matter of fact, I think he lives in Atlanta. I have to give him credit. He's the only one that I can think of that's come up with anything and written a whole book, which I've read, by the way. Maybe I ought to go back. Maybe I will, because I learned a lot of good history in that book about the original Great Migration. So I may go back and revisit it and maybe talk about it one of these days. It's a well-written book, obviously. So one of the this interested me. Elon Musk's lawsuit against OpenAI and Sam Altman. Jury tosses it. So a rare loss, I guess, for Elon Musk. Don't even care about the details. All I care about is Elon lost. So shallow, I know, but hey, no one's ever accused me of being a deep individual. I don't know. I don't get why people keep doing this, but Israeli forces intercept vessels from flotilla trying to breach Gaza blockade. On Monday, May 18th, that is today, Israeli naval forces intercepted and boarded global Sumud flotilla vessels in international waters off Cyprus during a daylight operation, detaining activists aboard the aid convoy. So I don't guess Greta, what's her name? Thunberg was on board this time. She got roughed up a little bit last time. So they are still protesting with flotillas. So apparently over the weekend, there was some prayer vigil or something. Oh, damn it. I keep forgetting I don't have let me redo this. I keep forgetting I don't have access to this. But anyway, there was a big prayer vigil. I guess it was on the mall or something in DC. Religion is back in fashion in America. Here's why. These people are going to keep forcing this, and America is not. America is a pretty secular nation. There is a wall between church and state for a reason, and these folks just need to accept that fact. They're really annoying. Nothing wrong with prayer, but I also hear that there was some taxpayer funds involved with this prayer vigil, which Once again, if I were DNC chairman, my goal, there would be a plank, if not a whole platform of we need to reject and repair what this Project 2025 stuff. Let's see, what do we have here? You will recall, this was last year or something. There were some Texas Democrats were basically absent. They like escaped to Chicago or something to prevent the Texas legislature from voting on Trump's request to gerrymander, redistrict basically, to get some extra seats for the midterms. Greg Abbott basically said, you know what? We're going to eject. We're going to bounce you people, 50 of you, all 50 of you from the state house. And looks like the Texas Supreme Court rejected that effort. So kind of a Pyrrhic victory, I guess, for those 50 Democrats. The redistricting, that's a done deal. And this is another interesting thing. President Trump issued a pardon for this lady named Tina Peters, who was convicted of tampering with voting machines or something in Colorado in the 2020 presidential election. And he doesn't have the power to pardon a violation. She was convicted under Colorado state law. Well, Jared Polis, the Colorado governor, has commuted her sentence or given her clemency. Tina Peters, a former elections clerk convicted of attempting to subvert the 2020 presidential election, will be released from prison after Governor Jared Polis commuted her sentence. Governor Jared Polis reduced Peters' nearly 9-year prison sentence to 4.5 years. By June 1st, Peters will have served over 600 days in prison before her release. Governor Polis clarified that the commutation is not a pardon and noted ongoing focus on the case despite some Democratic opposition. I guess apparently he just got tired of MAGA applying pressure to release her, so he commuted. You know what? It's Colorado. I live in Georgia. Whatever. I don't know that I would have done it, but who knows? He's probably something's being held back funding wise and commuting her sentence after 4.5 years. She did half of it, I guess. So in science, kind of science news, I guess. This is brought to you by EAE, who I haven't seen in my chat in quite some time, but we're just going to do it anyway. Archaeologists find Egyptian mummy buried with the Iliad. For the deceased of Roman era Egypt, Greek literature may have offered a cheat code to a more comfortable afterlife. That's kind of interesting, at least to me. So archaeologists working in Egypt have discovered a remarkable combination of Homeric epic and Egyptian ritual, a 2,000-year-old mummy with a papyrus fragment of the Iliad sealed in a clay packet outside its wrappings. It is the first time a literary work has been found playing a functional spiritual role in the mummification process, and it suggests that for a Roman-era Egyptian, the Iliad, specifically some lines from Book 2's catalog of ships, was perhaps as crucial for navigating the afterlife as a magic spell. The find is incredibly significant, primarily for the discovery of such a papyrus with Greek literary text in its original context, said Foy Scaff, an Egyptologist at the University of Chicago. We have evidence that such Greek literary texts could be used as magical amulets and that Homer was frequently cited in such amulets, as well as in the large handbooks now known as the Greco-Egyptian formularies. The new find directly supports that indirect knowledge. The mummy, a non-royal male, was unearthed by the mission of the University of Barcelona as a burial site known as, oh my God, Oxyrhynchus? So anyway, it's kind of an interesting tidbit, for fans of the Iliad. Probably nerd stuff that people are yawning about out there. So that pretty much covers all the interesting stuff that stuff that I found interesting. So just I'll do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you have hit the like button. Preferably the like button. If you can't do that, just hit the down thumb. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. There is room for everybody here. Hopefully you like the seat that you take. Check us out. See if we are to your liking. Support the show by supporting the host. It is about newspaper subscription time. We've got the YouTube, we got the StreamYard, we've got the all kinds of subscriptions, and any help will be appreciated, as well as, hey, we do have the Sovereign Beer Fund. We start taking IPOs generally on Wednesdays in anticipation of the weekend. The Saturday show will happen. Don't know what it's going to be about just yet, but for everybody may know by now, but the Saturday show has been dubbed the Saturday Short Bus. So that will generally be the theme in honor of the mayhem that often ensues on Saturdays. So a couple political type videos here that I want to cover. First one's going to be Matt Lewis talking to Charlie Sykes, mainly about Trump, as all of these shows seem to talk about. New poll just dropped a brutal reality check on Trump and the GOP, but who knows? They may be able to compensate for it with all the redistricting. Time will tell, I guess. So let's see what they have to say.
Happy Monday. Lot to go over. I mean, not just what happened last week, but this is going to be a significant week.
Big time, right? A lot to talk about. I definitely want to get to the Cassidy election and the Thomas Massie election on Tuesday. But first, there is a new poll coming out, the New York Times Siena poll. And Charlie, this to me is a big deal. Not only does it show that Donald Trump, his approval rating is in fact, in the 30s, kind of where we thought it was. But to me, the bigger story here, and maybe this is an outlier, but for months now, it seems like despite Donald Trump's poor polling, the generic ballot, the congressional generic ballot, has had Democrats only up by about 5 points. And people were like, how could that be? Well, this new New York Times Siena poll has a plus 11-point spread for Democrats. So outlier or the chicken's finally coming home to roost here?
Yeah, it's hard to see it as an outlier. First of all, it's a very high quality poll, but also because, we've been getting one poll after another showing that Trump is, different.
Oh, by the way, I will drop the link if anybody wants to come up in a couple minutes.
Into the 30s, that he's losing ground. And he's not just losing ground with the resistance. I mean, these numbers of, the loss of support among white voters, I mean, these are huge swings. just hemorrhaging support among Hispanics, hemorrhaging support among women. Now, Republicans last week, were telling themselves that they had successfully gerrymandered their way out of a landslide. We'll see. But if these numbers hold up, then a lot of the districts that they're touting as as safe seats or as pickups. No, I don't think so. I mean, one of the problems when you do these quickie gerrymanders, and you're so smart, you eliminate all of these heavily Democratic black districts. Well, then you've also diluted the vote in all of the surrounding districts. This is one of the reasons why historically Republicans have never really objected to those minority majority districts. They've never objected because they think, what? If you cram all of those Democratic votes into one district, then we have these super majorities elsewhere. You now dilute all of these and bad things can happen. But to your point, I mean, these numbers are extraordinary and they're consistent with other polls.
Yeah, and it shows how bad the economy, how badly people feel about the economy. This poll, to me, is the first one that really makes sense all the way across. Not just President Trump's approval rating, but also the generic ballot for a congressional race. This one confirms this feels right. Now, it could be kind of wishful thinking. You have to be careful about that. But this seems to fit where we're at. If you look at the price of gasoline, if you look at the price of hamburgers and hot dogs and all the stuff that's happening. And as we head into summer and we're getting closer now to the midterms. So this seems to just comport with my sense of where things are, maybe for the first time. And Charlie, to your point, man, if you can just take a Democrat and add 11 points, I mean, it's not that, it doesn't really work that way. But let's think if you could add 10 points to, I mean, now we go from not only does that mean that the gerrymandering that Republicans have done might not work, might not benefit them to the degree they think it will. Like, this could actually backfire. Democrats could, it's potential. That now Democrats would actually take more seats than they would have taken in a normal blue wave year.
So you know that I'm allergic to hopium, but this is an important point. Is like you could be too clever. You can be too clever by by half. The other thing that though I've never really thought taken some of these generic ballots too seriously, because there's two other factors, of course. What are the numbers in the swing districts? There's only a handful of swing districts. But the other thing, and I think the most important question, is intensity. Who turns out in this particular year? Democrats. Every bit of evidence, anecdote, data, Democrats are fired up to turn out for this year's election. They will turn out in massive numbers. Republicans, do the polls actually measure just the number of Republicans who may not vote for Democrats, but may just not turn out? Like, you know what? I am just done. I've been voting Republican, and I'm just going to sit this one out. And in states like Wisconsin, that turnout factor is absolutely essential. And this is not a presidential election year. And I don't know how they turn out those low propensity Trump voters, particularly now. I mean, wasn't that their magic sauce in 2024, that the electorate expanded far beyond what the experts thought it was going to be? Well, those voters, I don't think are going to be turning out this year.
Right. So you've got the intensity issue. Democrats obviously have more intensity on their side right now. Like excitement and anger, all of it happening, and outrage, moral outrage. They got good reasons to be outraged, right? Even more reasons now.
Anger and outrage are great motivators.
They
right?
really are.
I mean,
then
really.
You also got the Democrats already have a structural advantage for turning out on midterms because they're the more like suburban college-educated voters who vote no matter what. As you noted, Donald Trump never really has coattails when he's not on the ballot. And so everything seems to be shaping up for a very, very brutal time for Republicans. But here's the interesting thing, Charlie. Donald Trump still has all this control over the Republican Party, as evidenced in Louisiana, as evidenced in Indiana. And now we've still got states like South Carolina who are trying to decide, do we go all in on the gerrymandering? Trump is still pressuring them. And now they're getting like, well, we look at the Siena poll, but we also look at Donald Trump and like, what do they do? Who do they give into?
Well, I mean, at this point, I think, and please don't misunderstand me, that the message is very clear that any Republican that defies Donald Trump is probably going to lose their primary election, right? The Massey seat is going to be just absolutely fascinating tomorrow. This is the really far right, libertarian leaning Thomas Massey, who has been a Trump loyalist, up until now, broke with him on the Epstein files. I mean, now think about this. If Thomas Massey goes down, it will be because he stood up and said, we need to see the Epstein files. And will Republicans actually go, yeah, I'm sorry, our loyalty to Donald Trump is so great that even on the Epstein file issue, we're going to break with you. So you're seeing other fissures. Donald Trump over the weekend, raging about the fact that Lauren Boebert.
Yeah.
Who else? Rand Paul was campaigning with him. And so we don't know. I mean, if the pattern holds, the pattern we saw in Indiana and in Louisiana holds, Thomas Massey's in a lot of trouble. So I'm not going to make the prediction. But how about Bill Cassidy? Can we just talk about this for a moment?
Please.
Longtime sitting U.S. senator, in many ways a thoughtful guy, a medical doctor who absolutely knew that that would be a disaster to have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. Swallows whatever doubts he has, votes to confirm RFK because he doesn't want to anger the MAGA base. He's running for re-election. Look, Cassidy voted to convict, to his credit, voted to convict Donald Trump in that second impeachment. Did he honestly think he was going to survive by voting for the Trump agenda and for the misfit toys in the cabinet? Because if he did, he was completely delusional. Bill Cassidy lost that primary. He didn't just lose the primary. He didn't even make the runoff. He finished third. I think.
Here, let me switch over right quick. Apparently, there was a shooting at a mosque or an Islamic center in San Diego. Let's listen to this.
He was not injured. But we've got a lot of work to do to try to figure out what led up to this. Exactly what actions took place, but I can tell you with 100% certainty, the heroic actions of the responding officers and deputies is beyond words. To know that this many of our public servants are willing to leave their loved ones behind, drop the shooting, and run towards gunfire without asking any questions. Not yet. Obviously making notifications as we speak to family loved ones, so I want to respect that. We will be back with more information a little bit later today.
Would the imam like to say anything?
Good afternoon. My name is Taha Hassan. I'm the Dynamic Director of the Islamic Center of San Diego. I know it's time of sorrow, time of sadness. We have never experienced tragedy like this.
Just so you know, the volume is on their side. You may have to turn up your earbuds or headphones.
Standing in solidarity with all the families in our community here. And also the other mosques and all the places of worship in our beautiful city should always be protected. It is extremely outrageous to target a place of worship. Our Islamic Center is a place of worship. People come to the Islamic Center to pray, to celebrate, to learn. Not only Muslims, but we have people from all walks of life. Just this morning, earlier, a group of people, non-Muslims, coming just to learn about our faith and our cultures. So this is something that we have never expected. And I would like also to thank all the people who contacted us from all over the country and even from overseas to give condolences and to ask about
Is there anything they can do to help? And I would like also to thank our local authorities, our San Diego Police Department, FBI, the San Diego Police Department, FBI, and all the Sheriff Department, our mayor, for showing up and standing in solidarity with us. So this is what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Did you know the two victims?
Thank you very much. That's all the time we have right now. We will come back in 2 hours, and we will also set up for Spanish interviews.
Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll have a look out for any updates. So we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming. And I did post the link, I think.
What did he get? Like 24% of the vote? Here's an sitting incumbent United States senator who cast that one vote against Donald Trump on January 6th, right? And he ends up being just blown out. Donald Trump is doing the victory dance. And so I don't know. I mean, are guys like Tom Tillis and Bill Cassidy, I mean, they're still in the United States Senate. I mean, do they reach that point where they go, we're all out of fucks to give? I mean, we sucked up to Donald Trump and we regret every one of our votes. Tom Tillis is talk about buyer's remorse. He knows that Pete Hegseth, he cast the decisive vote, one of them. And now he realizes what a disaster that is, Cassidy voted for RFK. He's got nothing to lose now, right?
Well, we'll see. I think the kind of person that makes them flip-floppy pussies prevents them from extracting revenge retroactively, like in the next several
Did you just
months.
say flip-flopping pussies? Did you actually just say that?
I think that's fair. I mean, there are certain, they got to the top. They got to the U.S. Senate not by being bold and courageous and revolutionary or whatever, but by playing a game.
I think
of sort of being weasels. And look, here's the thing. Cassidy deserves credit for doing the right thing after January 6th, but here's the calculation I think he made. Got 6 years until I'm up again. I can get away with being courageous because I'm not up again by the time 6 years comes around, either Donald Trump will be gone or I can suck up to him and get back in his good graces.
Well, I don't think that he thought Donald Trump was ever going to come back. I mean, think about, where we were at in January and February of 2021. I mean, this was the calculation, right, that Mitch McConnell made. Mitch McConnell gave that really powerful speech that, that Donald Trump was absolutely, responsible for January 6th, how horrible that was, suggesting that he be criminally charged with it, but then votes against the conviction, in part, I think, because why bother? The guy's dead. Why kick a guy when he's down? And so at that moment, it probably didn't seem quite as risky a vote as it later became. But then for Cassidy to go along with, one Trumpian vote after another, here's the reality in the Republican Party, that you may disagree on some policy issues, but there are some red line issues like the impeachment, like redistricting, that you cannot cross Donald Trump and survive. But okay, so here's the downside. Going back to the poll. So every Republican is looking at the poll, and they're looking at these results, and they're realizing, wow, we are completely screwed because we cannot at this point have really any daylight between ourselves and Donald Trump. As Donald Trump sinks in a normal, rational political world, members of his party would begin edging right a little away from him, you maybe don't hang with me. I don't really want to, be around you. I'm gonna, cast some protest votes. So they're getting the two messages. One, the guy is toxically political and you cannot break with him at all. You are stuck.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we do what Trump wants, we probably lose a general election in this environment, right? And if we don't do what Trump wants, we get mocked and possibly physical attacks on us, and probably lose the next primary. So it's really really, I mean, Donald Trump is really putting the squeeze on these people. And like I said, I think South Carolina, we're still deciding whether to try to get rid of, I think, James Clyburn and just, completely do all this redistricting down there, which could actually make their Republican incumbents vulnerable if there's a plus 11-point Democrat wave
Well, it will
here.
be. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned South Carolina. It will be interesting. And I think one of the reasons why in South Carolina they're going, ooh, is if you're really going to eliminate James Clyburn's seat. I mean, if you really wanted to fire up the African American vote, really fire it up, do exactly what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
Not to
just
mention,
keep doing that.
and if a Democrat wins, it'd be nice to have him down there making, if you need something from a Democratic president, it's nice to have at least one, representative who can go and ask for it. But Charlie, let me say this. I am, hate to say excited because the stakes are high, but I'm excited. I used to be excited. Politics used to be fun and exciting. And I would almost look at elections, and I'm almost ashamed to say this now, but the way I would look at like a football game or something, like there was, sort of like an excitement attached to it before the stakes were as high, or before we realized how high the stakes actually are back in the before times. But I'm very interested in this race in Kentucky on Tuesday, and I have to say, for all the reasons you've mentioned, I don't think the race in Louisiana, the Cassidy race, was really like the referendum on Trump's power, right? Because I think Cassidy sort of has an asterisk. I mean, I think like if you love Trump, then you hate Cassidy, but I wouldn't have voted for Cassidy either. You know what I mean? Because I don't like Cassidy because he's like a sellout wimp. And so it's not the perfect like case study to sort of judge Trump's power. I am interested in Thomas Massie because this is someone that Trump has gone after before. And by the way, Massie has stood up to him on spending, on Epstein, and on Iran. So I think he's hitting him from a philosophically conservative standpoint. He's on the, I know that Massie may have some issues that I don't agree with him on, but on those big three, he's on the right side of what ought to be conservative orthodoxy. And Massie's not, cowering. He's not cowering. He is fighting. He is on the stuff, mocking Trump, fighting back. And so to me, this is the big test. If Massie gets blown out versus surviving, that will tell us something very different, I think, about how do you respond when Trump comes after you? How should you respond?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. Do you remember, I don't know about you, but I remember the first time I heard of Thomas Massie. I mean, he was not always a high profile guy, but he had that famous quote
that
I'm sure you've used and I've used, where he was, early on in the Trump, campaign or Trump presidency, he's trying to explain how Donald Trump won those Republican primaries. And he said, basically, there are a lot of voters that go out and they just vote for the craziest son of a bitch on the ballot. That's how I got elected. I was the craziest son of a bitch on the ballot. And that's how Donald Trump got elected, because he was the craziest son of a bitch on the ballot. And I actually thought that was kind of a savvy, analysis at the time. And now we're going to find out that Thomas Massie may find out that there's another crazier, son of a bitch on the ballot that he is. I mean, that's how we've moved the window. Crazier than Thomas Massie.
And I think I don't think I'm imagining this. I think like the full quote was something to the effect of, Massie said, I used to think they were voting for the most conservative person on the ballot.
Right.
But it was actually the craziest son of a bitch on the ballot. And so yeah. But look, if it's a competition of who's the craziest, Massie's gonna lose that. To Donald Trump.
That is a hell of a storyline. Okay, so I want to get to a story that I do not fully understand, that I hope you can explain to me what Jared Polis, the Democratic governor of Colorado, is doing. But I want to make a correction. Well, let me correct and extend my remarks on Donald Trump's China summit from last week. I have been among those who've been saying it's kind of mad. Turns out not to be very, very consequential. Very, very underwhelming. The Chinese media apparently almost completely ignored it. Vladimir Putin, slides in right behind it. There were no major trade deals and everything. It was very, very underwhelming. On the other hand, I do think there's a possibility that it will have major historical significance. As you listen to Trump in the days afterwards, it feels like a slow motion betrayal of Taiwan. I don't know about your read of this, but he appears to be trying to set up public opinion and or the toadies in the Republican Party to abandon Taiwan the way that he's abandoned Ukraine. And it's hard not to see this as a direct result of President Xi saying that is our red line. And of course, once China begins to doubt America's commitment to Taiwan, I think it makes conflict more likely rather than less likely. So we may look back on that summit, as one of those historic moments like Yalta, where this was where, Donald Trump, who's already betrayed so many of our other allies, betrays Taiwan. I don't know what you think. So maybe more consequential than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, this is, I hate to say a fait accompli, because we made it through the first Trump administration without this happening. But when the American public decides to go with someone like Donald Trump, who doesn't have a strong kind of moral commitment to the, post-World War II international order, then this is kind of predictable. And when you look at someone like Donald Trump, who sort of fetishizes dictators and authoritarians and looks at people who are weak or vulnerable, not as people we should champion or save, but people that we should just let Darwinism take care of itself. I mean, this is his worldview. And so what you just described is like pretty consistent with the Donald Trump that we know, if it plays out that way. I really hope it doesn't. And maybe this is a case where, like, having someone, as much as I've criticized Marco Rubio, I mean, I would hope that Rubio could be in his ear on this one.
You hope.
But Rubio's probably more Rubio's probably more focused. It's doing a lot of work. And Rubio's probably more focused right now on taking out Cuba, which seems to be imminent. I mean, have you seen the latest, Charlie? We're apparently leaking reports to media outlets that Cuba is planning an attack on Key West and Guantanamo Bay with drones.
Okay, I don't even know if that's on this. Okay, I do not usually do this sort of thing, but I'm gonna call bullshit on this story. And I think it first appeared in Axios. U.S.-eyed attack drone threat from Cuba. Yeah, Cuba is going to launch an attack on the United States. This feels like we are creating and the media, some members of the media going along with it, creating a pretext for a preemptive military strike on Cuba, right? Well, we had to act because.
By the way, Cuba is out of fuel, is out of oil. Meant to mention that. So why would we be attacking a country that's out of oil? Seems like we might be able to negotiate something, but we'll see.
We had these reports that they were going to attack Guantanamo Bay, which, come on, in what alternative universe is Cuba, which has no gas, has no oil, would they start a war with the United States? I mean, it's like, but it just feels like, drip, drip, drip. We're finding ways. We're going to indict Raul Castro, which gives us, apparently the right to go in and assassinate and or arrest him. We sent the CIA director down there, and now these, wink, wink. Yes, those Cubans are about to attack us. But yes, you're right. It feels like the next endless war is going to be, we've moved from, I don't know. I mean, how many countries did we threaten now? Greenland, Canada, Panama, Venezuela, Iran, and now Cuba.
Yeah.
That's why we need that's why we need a $1.5 trillion defense budget, right? Right, Matt?
Cuba's saying, like, hey, we're not doing this. We're a peaceful country. And I mean, to your point, I mean, I think their smart move is to play the victim here and to not do.
Here, just a quick update. I got this from Ground News. 3 adult men were killed in a shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego on Monday, and police said 2 teenage suspects also died during the incident. Authorities responded to reports of an active shooter at the mosque complex, which also houses a school where children were present at the time. Police said the threat was contained and large numbers of officers, including SWAT teams, secured the area while children and families were evacuated. Federal and local officials, including FBI, are assisting with the investigation as officials work to determine the motive behind the attack. So, by the way, Ground News is one of the subscriptions that I have. So feel free to contribute to the show. The money does get used for good as well as beer.
Yeah. But the other thing too, Charlie, is like I am suspicious of this. It sounds like a false flag type situation or a false pretext. But Donald Trump and the Trump regime have created a scenario where even people like me who used to trust, by and large, what I read from the mainstream media, where I am now very skeptical of anything I hear. And so even if they're right, even if this is actually true, I think Trump has created an environment where if you're not something of a conspiracy theorist, you're dumb at this point. You're a naive lackey if you don't suspect that this is BS. Then I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona for you.
Yeah,
if you're freaked out, you're not paying attention.
Yeah, exactly. On a daily basis. So, can you explain Colorado to me?
No, but I can try. I can't explain it because it doesn't really make sense, but I can try. So,
okay, that's why it hurts my head. Okay.
Yeah. So Governor Jared Polis, a Democrat, has commuted the sentence of Tina Peters. She's a former county clerk serving a 9-year sentence for her role in a plot to examine voting machines after the 2020 election. And so I'm reading here from New York Times. Mr. Polis' decision angered many Democratic allies as well as some Republicans who argued that freeing her would undercut the state's elections and rule of law. Gina Griswold, the Democratic Secretary of State in Colorado, said on Friday that Mr. Polis' move would, quote, validate and embolden the election denial movement and leave a dark, dangerous imprint on American democracy for years to come. Now, Polis, if you read some of the articles I'm reading, Polis is basically saying, look, we're not pardoning her. We're not taking away. She's still a convicted whatever, but she's already served enough time. And there's no crime against being a conspiracy theorist. If you believe the world's flat, so be it. Here's the problem with that.
She's not in jail for being a conspiracy theorist. She's in jail. Yeah.
This is from Common Cause. In 2021, Peters allowed unauthorized access to Mesa County's election system, disabled security cameras in the process, and refused.
Well, I have to wonder if the Republicans complaining are saying Democrats are soft on crime.
To comply with subpoenas and directives from the Colorado Secretary of State. Basically, she let security cameras, let crazy conspiracy theorists have access to the polling place and the ballots, and they ended up putting some of this stuff up on the internet. And that's how people found out that she had done this, that she had allowed these nut jobs to have access. A jury found her guilty of multiple serious crimes. And now so now the question comes, and then I'll shut up. Why would Polis do this? So now there's a new Times piece out today, and it starts, President Trump had a blunt message for Governor Jared Polis of Colorado when the two men talked on the phone last fall. Free Tina Peters. Mr. Trump had already publicly demanded freedom for Miss Peters, a former county clerk jailed for her role in a plot to try to substantiate false claims that the 2020 election had been rigged against Mr. Trump. But he also pushed his case in private to Mr. Polis. What the president has told me privately is the same as what he's expressed publicly. He wants her pardoned. I did let him know I was not going to pardon her, Mr. Polis, a Democrat, said in a recent interview. Anyway, that's what we know, but it still doesn't make sense to me, Charlie.
Like he caved into some pressure. Now hasn't Trump like tried to pardon her or something, and everybody said, well, you can't pardon her because it's not a federal crime or something like that.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, look, I don't know much about Jared Polis except what I've read from some of his fanboys, because apparently he's a gamer and he's openly gay, and so he's cool, and certain people have been touting him as this just seems like a very, very strange own goal, and just basically Trump threatening federal funds or threatening some kind of retaliation. And you want to talk about somebody that looks really, really, really weak at the moment, because if you're a Democrat right now in this midterm election, you have a choice, kind of binary: stand up to Trump, cave into Trump. And Jared Polis has just decided right now, in a Democratic state, as a Democratic governor, he's going to cave into Donald Trump. So
I don't get it, Charlie.
There was a phrase you used before that I'm not going to repeat, but I think it applies to this.
Try not to repeat that either. Every once in a while, I remember I used to go to church, and this really good church in Falls. It's not the Falls Church, but in Falls Church, Virginia, and the most disturbing. It's sort of an honor, but also concerning, is when my preacher told me he reads everything I write, and I'm like, that's a little. It gets in your head. I don't like. On one hand, I'm honored. On the other hand, it's like, do I want the angel sitting on my shoulder? Because sometimes you need to drop the P word because it's very accurate, and someone needs to say it. Look, I have got two big takeaways here. Right, number one is. This is just, Donald Trump. He's now setting up this slush fund. Did you see this? He's suing the IRS.
This is so bad.
He's suing the IRS, and apparently he was suing them for like $10 billion. He's going to settle for less. And it's basically, it looks like he's going to create a slush fund to pay off the kinds of people like Ms. Peters, who have been loyal supporters of his and who've been rightly convicted or fined or whatever. And so Trump is committed not only to enriching himself and exonerating himself, but also to his minions. That's one point that I think, and this goes to, the January 6th rioters, or, this goes to the whole thing. But then the other part is, to your point, Charlie, at the same time that Donald Trump has his foot on the throat of not just Democrats, but Republicans who aren't 100% loyal to them, Democrats are letting him off the hook and his team. There's no reason. A jury convicted this woman. She did serious things. Why would you, if you're a Democrat, why would you go out of your way to do this? It makes no sense.
I cannot answer your question then. That's why it's like Jared Polis is, let's just say that he was not how he was portrayed by some of the fanboys. But I mean, on this thing, and I know that we get all numb to all of this, but we all thought last week there was a moment where, like, the worst story of the week was that apparently there was going to be a settlement between Trump's toadies in the Department of Justice and Donald Trump to pay him $10 billion. The part of his lawsuit again, he was suing the IRS for leaking. We're letting a contractor leak his tax returns. It was a ridiculous lawsuit. And so he's sitting across from Todd Blanche, who is, I mean, you want to talk about, a lapdog suck up, lick spittle. How many words can I string together here? Who was going to say, well, yes, Mr. President, obviously we are going to settle this. We'll give you $10 billion of taxpayer money. That was pretty outrageous. Within 24 hours, we heard that, well, he's going to drop that lawsuit. And that in return, though, he's going to ask for this $1.7 billion slush fund that he will, again, taxpayer funded, that he will use to pay his henchmen. He will use to, pay off January 6th rioters. Some of the rioters who attacked the cops, attacked the Capitol, who have received absolute pardons from Trump, now apparently going to be in line for massive taxpayer payouts, as well as all of the other election denialists and conspiracists. To your point, Matt, this is the worst moment for a Democratic governor to let one of those election denialist conspiracists off the hook.
By the way, those January 6th pardon people keep committing heinous crimes, in many cases involving underage kids. It's like, just every week, it seems like one of them is either convicted, sentenced, or arrested. It just keeps happening. One of them was just arrested for brandishing or putting his hand on a gun at a church and threatening somebody like a week ago. Like it's amazing. And yet, what message are we sending them? If you do it in the name of Trump, you're going to not only be pardoned, but there may be some money coming your way.
Oh, okay, now let's not regard this as
Ashley Babbitt's family.
right. Okay, but here would be a mistake, folks, to look at this as in the rearview mirror as rewarding people for what they did in the past. What this also is doing is sending a signal to others who would rally around the Trump banner in the future. Now, I have your back and let me prove this. You can commit any crime and I will let you off the hook and I might even pay you off. So if you are assembling this, for whatever, and since we're getting, this is not paranoia, this is understanding. If you're thinking, what is Trump capable of doing? What is he setting up? What message is he sending to people inside the government and outside the government? That if you stand by me, if you break the law, if you commit crimes, if you violate the Constitution, there's no problem. Yeah. I am immune. I can make you immune. And look, I got this big sock of cash to take care of you and your family.
Well, and the unspoken thing is if Trump somehow tries to stay on for a third term.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
If you're a Republican and you tried to stop him or you oppose it, you are in trouble. And if you're some sort of a resistance fighter, not even resistance, if you're, if you're a radical nut who tries to help him, even using violence to try to help him, you will be protected and possibly rewarded. Because because you bet on Trump, somehow he keeps pulling off these miracles. He wins again. He'll stay on for a third term and he's going to take care of you. And you might even be a hero to the cause, a martyr, maybe. I don't know, or a hero and get rich in the process, get famous in the process. So he's setting up these incentives and it's crazy. And I had no idea that we were going to go here, but it is a thing. And let me just back up a little bit too, Charlie. So first of all, president they're not required by law, although they should be, but historically, traditionally, they release their tax returns. And Trump said he was going to, just as soon as he cleared something up.
Surprise.
So Trump was supposed to release his tax returns and didn't. Somebody leaked them. But then he sues the IRS. But not for $1 million, which would be a lot of money, but for $10 billion. But here's the thing. Who gets to determine whether Trump wins? Trump gets to determine. So imagine that. Imagine having the game rigged to that degree where I sue the IRS, but I'm in charge of the IRS, so I get to decide if I win. And then you get to look like a hero. Well, I'm not going to take all $10 billion. That's too much. We'll just take 1 point whatever billion. And I'm not even going to keep the money for myself. I'm going to establish a slush fund to pay off, my goon squad. This is so corrupt.
Goon squad slush fund. That's a good way of understanding
yes.
This. In broad daylight, he's not only encouraging the goon squad, he's created a slush fund for the goon squad while signaling that they will be immune. I know we're repeating ourselves, but sometimes you just need to go, okay, there's all these distractions. You understand this is happening in broad daylight. People are going, well, I don't know. Is he going to choose Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance to succeed him? I think he has other plans. So I just tossing it out.
Oh, but then, and just to, put the button on it, the Democratic governor of Colorado goes out of his way. He could have just done nothing. He could have gone out for pizza. He could have pushed for whatever. He goes out of his way to give clemency to this woman who was trying to steal the election. And she was in this position of authority. She wasn't just some nut job with a laptop. She was like an election official with the state.
I would love.
Or with Mesa County or whatever. It's why would he do that?
Well, going back to a term that you used earlier in the program. Okay, can we get some good news here? Because there was actually something that was kind of cool that happened over the weekend, and I know I'm kind of grasping here, but the Senate parliamentarian an
Oh, yeah.
extraordinary woman named Elizabeth McDonough. It said on Saturday that the budget bill, which aims to fund ICE and Border Patrol alongside the $1 billion ballroom fund, needs to be rewritten to account for, well, she basically nixed it, said, jurisdictional issues. Now, okay, so ballroom kind of blown out. I'm sure that a lot of Republican senators, particularly the ones up for reelection, were somewhat relieved. But my guess is they'll find some way around this. That people need to understand that they are going to push through. They're going to try to push through an extremely Trumpian reconciliation bill. And I'm wondering, their margin's pretty slow. So is Senator Cassidy, who just got beat in the primaries, he going to vote for this? Is Tom Tillis going to vote for this? Is Susan Collins going to vote for this? Are there any other?
Will John Fetterman vote for this? Yes.
Right. Speaking for somebody else about somebody else, this is the thing about political enthusiasm. And see, I think I am more cynical than you are, Matt. Although you're pretty cynical about this stuff. One of the things that, after all of these decades of covering politics, I mean, this is like ingrained in me. It's like, fawn not on the mighty. Do not put your faith in princes. The people who get all jiggly about, oh, how cool John Fetterman is. I mean, they develop these enthusiasms for these individuals and then are kind of shocked, like they turn out to be these incredible chos. I mean, John Fetterman. I mean, I was told that he was like the coolest future, of American politics, and Jared Polis is so cool with all of this. And it's like, you know what? Do not ever invest your faith in any of these people. Just trust me.
I totally agree with that. The biggest mistakes I've ever made as a writer are not the bad things I've written about people. It's my Marco Rubio for president. That kind of stuff was the most embarrassing. But I gotta be honest, I totally agree with that, and never admire politicians, never put your trust in politicians. Yeah. But I also think Fetterman has changed. And it may be the strokes or whatever, the depression, but his behavior today, and maybe it started on October 7th. I'm not sure when the tipping point was, but Fetterman is different than he used to be. And so,
Fair.
Let me say this. So we were talking about the ballroom. Right. So there's a related story here. I think I mentioned this a couple months ago, maybe, or at least a few weeks ago, that they were planning this Rededicate 250 event on the mall or something in DC. And
did you go? They were yesterday. Were you there?
Did not go. I was not there, but they were selling it originally as like a revival, and that Trump was going to be there and all of this. I'm told, I don't know if this is true. I've not had time to independently verify this. I'm told that they used a taped recording from Trump that actually was from another previous event. I have to verify that that's true. But the funny thing is that one of the speakers was Eric Metaxas. Speaking of people that I used to really have a lot of respect for that changed, my book, Too Dumb to Fail, from 2016, where I'm very critical of Trump and what was happening to the Republican Party. They forced me to do that chapter at the end where you talk about how things could go better and change. And I had Eric Erickson was one of the bright lights at the time, and one of my bright lights was Eric Metaxas, and that did not turn out well. But Eric Metaxas used to be entirely different, believe it or not. A decade ago,
I've read some of his books. He wrote an absolutely fabulous book about William Wilberforce and the fight against slavery and everything. And you talk about change. Eric Metaxas' brain has been broken. It is impossible to look at him, know what he used to be, and listen to him now. I mean, and by the way, when I say your brain is broken, that's not a clinical analysis, but I do think it's an existential description here, that you're not talking about somebody that, read something and changed their mind. Something is, and he's in all. But anyway, so
really
tell me about Eric Metaxas at this big event, because
he's speaking of this Rededicate 250 prayer event on the National Mall on Sunday, and he took. So I'm reading here. I think this is Mediaite. Metaxas took attendees on a journey through U.S. history, making the case that God's hand on the nation was clear every time the country was saved from threats designed to destroy it. Quote, They burned part of the city, including the White House, which at the time, if you can believe it, did not yet have a ballroom. The audience laughed as Metaxas continued. It's hard to believe that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs to stand. So you can.
The Lord wants the ballroom. Dance with Jesus. Okay, so the audience laughed as Metaxas continued. Are they laughing with him, or are they laughing? Okay, we're with you with the Jesus and God saving America, but when you start saying that God raised up the man who's going to build the ballroom, I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, it's just ridiculous. What? I'd like to look at the tape of that.
I'd like to see the tape and hear the inflection of his voice, but my gut here is that this is like joking and serious at the same time. You know what I mean? Like it's almost you get away with saying something outrageous because it's framed as possibly being meant as a joke. But I mean, Eric Metaxas is not going to make fun of Donald Trump. You know, he's just not going to do it.
No. He is deeply in there.
Yeah. And so I want to see the tape of this, but it's just absurd. And it seems much more plausible to me, knowing what I know now, that Metaxas would actually find a convoluted way to argue that if you love Jesus, we have to have the ballroom, than it would be for Metaxas to make fun of Trump winning the ballroom.
Well, I mean, okay, so there are some passages in Luke that have nothing to do with this. I'm sorry. I can't believe. Okay, so I on the ballroom, and maybe.
And by the way, let me just say, this is how Mediaite framed it this way.
Okay.
MAGA speaker and evangelist author Eric Metaxas made the claim that President Trump's $400 million White House ballroom project was part of a divine plan and historic mission involving the president that stretches back to America's founding. That's how they frame it, and I think they're probably right. Sorry.
Wow. This is where satire and parody just like, okay, we give up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I actually do sometimes feel for the comedy writers who go, look, how can we top this stuff? What are we supposed to do with all of this?
Did you see that Colin Jost said, he's the guy who plays Hegseth on Saturday Night Live. And he said that they actually had an idea for a skit where Hegseth would do the Pulp Fiction prayer.
Yeah.
And they killed it because it was like too absurd. And then it actually happened. I think that if I read correctly, he was saying that they actually had planned that as a joke. And then it happened. And you and I, Charlie, were talking was a week or two ago about how the Amazon TV show The Boys, their showrunners were coming up with storylines about Homelander that they thought were crazy. And I think they were basing it on Saddam Hussein or something.
Right,
and it turned out. And then Trump did the same thing like a week later or a couple of days later.
Well, and in the newsletter, I really appreciate you did this. From our last discussion, you put up the illustration of and they talked about this. They have a certain point. Homelander is the Trump character in the show, which again, not safe for work or for children. I want to make this very clear. But so
it's not even
Homelander
safe for me. I shouldn't even be watching it, but I do.
Oh, you should definitely. So Homelander actually, decides that it's not enough for him to be the most powerful person on earth. He needs to be God. He needs to be the Messiah. And there is this image of the golden Homelander like a crucifix. And the showrunners obviously came up with this months and months ago. And they roll out the episode like 3 days before Donald Trump unveils his own golden statue after he starts doing the, Trump as Jesus meme. And they're also saying, we kind of thought, we were worried that we were a little bit over the top, that doing all that. And then Trump says, hold my beer. And it is kind of amazing because even they're going, hey, we thought as parody and satire, we're going to go this. And then what does Trump do? He actually does it. Okay, so can I have like one little footnote for our listeners that you can do this at home on the ballroom? And maybe you can explain this to me because I feel like I'm not getting something. I put it in my newsletter the other day. We need to have a, big facility for, Donald Trump to have his various events. Washington already has one. The government has one. look up the Andrew Mellon Ballroom / Auditorium on Constitution. It is an absolutely fantastic venue owned by the federal government and big enough to do, I think it's as big or bigger than the White House Ballroom. And they've had big events. For example, they had the NATO summit, the big dinner and banquets and stuff at the Andrew M. Mellon Ball. It's just down the street. And so I keep saying, guys, before we blow another $1 billion, isn't it relevant? As some reporter will say, like, okay, Mr. President, you actually have this ball. It's right there. Are you saying that God does not want you to go in a motorcade like 2 minutes over to this ballroom? So go look it up. You can do this. Just type it into Google. Look at the pictures of this thing.
Yeah. So anti-black blacks, MAGA blacks, and just black conservatives in general want black Democrats to get off the Democratic plantation and vote for this $1 billion waste of money? Really? Is that what they want?
Look at the architecture and the history of the thing, the size of the thing, the kinds of things that take place there, and then ask yourself, like, okay, we have a ballroom, unless I'm missing something.
And look, my conservative upbringing makes it very difficult for me to say this, Charlie, and to make this argument. But if you look at the money we're spending every day in Iran, and you look at the money we're spending on ballrooms and arches and lawsuits to build a Trump goon squad,
it adds up.
And then you're like,
it adds up.
Do you remember when we couldn't expand the healthcare subsidies because my healthcare went up? Remember we didn't have the money. There wasn't enough money to do that. We can't take care of healthcare. Well, we got plenty of money to go into Iran. We'll probably go into Cuba next. That's not a problem. Or even, and then maybe you say, like, look, that's national security, Matt. That's important. Okay. How about building a ballroom that nobody wants, nobody asked for, nobody needs?
God wants it, apparently, according to Eric McCann. No, see, this is one of those things, like, what was the whole Doge thing? And he was like, we need to cut, wasteful government spending. We're going to do, lower the deficit's a big problem. And we're actually, Donald Trump said he was going to eliminate the deficit. It's now bigger than ever. We're like, the national debt is actually larger than the U.S. economy. And like, that's a thing. And yet everybody's pretending that it's not. So fiscal conservatism as a political force is completely dead. But I would think that during the midterms, you could make a pretty compelling case that we don't have enough money for, medical care for children, this, pro-child administration, but we have money for X, Y, and Z. And the split screen is pretty dramatic and ought to be. I'm guessing that somebody's going to be able to come up with something that makes
and then we've got the hantavirus, we've got Ebola, but we've got a crazy guy in charge of HHS, and we're pulling money, and we're vaccines and pulling money, and foreign aid to Africa, like all sorts of things. That was like a fraction of the budget that we're tightening our belt on so we can build ballrooms and all that. It
was probably fired the people. We probably fired the people who would have dealt with the hantavirus and Ebola because we wanted to save some money, or the 19-year-old, 20-year-old, kids that Elon Musk dropped into these various agencies. And so, I mean, you and I have had conversations with people who will say, well, the reason, I vote Republican is because I'm a fiscal conservative, because I care about this. Really? I am though. And I know this is going to become something that we come back to over and over again. Trump's tone deafness is extraordinary. I mean, since you and I spoke, he had that amazing moment where he was asked, well, are you thinking about the financial condition of Americans when you're dealing with Iran? He says, no, I don't think about the financial conditions of America. I don't think about, I don't think about anybody, which was one of those inadvertent, truth moments. But this is a guy who is increasingly sounds more like Marie Antoinette than he does an American politician. The tone, beyond tone deafness, which is really extraordinary because there was a time when Donald Trump had that reptilian instinct, that reptilian populist instinct. I'm going to do this or do that. And now it's the optics and the substance are just kind of amazing. By the way, among the stories in my newsletter, I said the weirdest story of the week that has gotten not enough attention, so I am obsessively mentioning it. Donald Trump saying he's seriously considering making Venezuela the 51st state.
Yes. And Coulter's head must have exploded. What about Miller, Stephen Miller? He's just
32
deported.
million. Okay, that means
Deported all these
32
Venezuelans.
million Hispanics suddenly become U.S. citizens eligible for Social Security and Medicare.
Yeah,
have complete all of the privileges of,
and they can move, and then they can move. They can move to
anywhere.
50 other states.
Yes, 30 million. After all of this, we have endured the walls and ICE and the mass deportations and one horror after another, and how terrible open borders are. And he goes, "Yeah, let's just make every Venezuelan an American citizen." And it's like, I kind of want to hear from MAGA on this. Like, hello, have you done it? Now, what they're saying is, oh, guys, you just triggered. He didn't mean that, because that it can't be the 51st state, because Canada's going to be the 51st state, and then Greenland's going to be the 52nd state, and Cuba's going to be well, I don't know about Cuba. See, Cuba's probably a shithole country, right? We're not going to make them. I don't know.
Well, first you go with D.C. I mean, after Trump's gone. D.C., Puerto Rico, then Venezuela, and just be like, we'll call it the President Donald Trump Act, which makes Venezuela a state.
Man, I pray that Donald Trump, I don't think it'll happen, but man, my prayers would be answered, because all these MAGA blacks who were talking about black and brown coalitions and talking about they're taking our black jobs. Ooh, boy. It would literally be the talking point of talking points. MAGA blacks, y'all got off the Democratic plantation to vote for this?
He gets all the credit and glory for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, President Trump. As we're bulldozing, the ballroom. But we are going to carry out one of Trump's, wishes at the end here. Could be fun.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll bulldoze the ballroom, but I think it'll be fun to rename it.
There needs to be, because you need to have, you can't, like, if a Democrat gets elected president next, you can't be looking backward all the time, right? So you have to be you have to have a vision, but I think there needs to be somebody, like maybe Rahm Emanuel, to become the Trump reversal czar. And you give Rahm Emanuel $1 billion and a team of 20-somethings who are insane left-wingers, people who listen to that streamer guy. So Rahm Emanuel's in charge of them, and their job is to, whatever Trump did, tear down in 4 years. Well, and that way the president, the president doesn't have to dirty his hands and worry about it, except for just signing off unilaterally as an executive order to do whatever Rahm Emanuel says when it comes to destroying arches, ballrooms, Kennedy centers, things like that.
Well, the people in the comment section are saying we have to absolutely bulldoze the ballroom. I will confess, because I just finished rewatching all 4 seasons of Man in the High Castle. Highly recommend. Alternative history, and of course there are. So I have this actually black and white film running in my head from 2029, watching all the ropes pulling down the big arch, just pulling which will be just deeply satisfying. And then the ballroom, you just name it the Barack and Michelle Obama presidential ballroom. I mean, sir, there are other things that you can possibly do. Although I am I am open to sledgehammers and bulldozers of many, many kinds. Just so you know, I am prepared to change my mind. Foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, and you and I struggle against the hobgoblins, right? We are.
That's right.
Hobgoblin.
Indeed, my friend. Well, I think we've covered it all. Wow.
We haven't.
And it's coming up at 11 o'clock Eastern time. So
yeah, and I got a dog that wants me to take him out, and I think a tequila that needs to be drunk on a Monday morning after a conversation like that.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure. Please make sure to follow.
All right. So that's a pretty good recap of current news. Pithier, I guess, than my recap. So let us well, you know what? Let's let this continue. So this next one is David Pakman on the Maury Povich. Maury Povich has a YouTube show now. And this is Dave Pakman talking about all the
I don't consider myself
all the big basically just all the Trump and MAGA fuck ups. He's going to talk about RFK, Joe Rogan, and Trump. So this ought to be good. And let's see here. Here we go. By the way, the link is posted if anyone wants to come up.
I don't consider myself a journalist. I do opinion. It's not about patting ourselves on the back. It's not David Pakman and 5 of us and Aaron Parnas and whoever were right. You should have aborted your son.
Wow.
Not the nicest thing to wake up to if you're a father.
All right, here's the game.
I thought you were going to take out DNA results.
Oh, you mean the envelope comes out? Do we have to worry about that? He's a pioneer of independent digital media, a man who turned a local radio show in Massachusetts into a global news empire. I only wish 3.5 million.
So Bobby is saying the Democrats are in shambles. Well, guess what, Bobby? I hate to tell you this, but according to the latest New York Times Siena poll, Democrats are like a plus 11, and Trump is at his lowest ratings ever. Well, I don't know that Democrats are in as many or as much shambles as you might want to believe. Funny thing about karma, it tends to boomerang. And I think Trump is shit out of luck. I think MAGA is slowly unraveling. So we'll see come November. But here in Georgia, Democrats are out in record numbers in early voting. So just don't count your chickens before they're hatched, I guess is what I want to say.
Subscribers on YouTube. He's a fact checker and a media critic, and he's the host of the David Pakman Show. Welcome, David.
Thanks for having me.
Nice to have you. Are you trying to tell me that you talked to Aaron Parnas and he said I was okay, so you wanted to be on this show?
That's exactly right. Is that surprising?
Well, it is, because I reading about you and knowing about Aaron, I would have thought you were competitors.
Well, you know, your competitors and your colleagues are kind of the same people these days. I see it as there's this huge pie now of people who are getting news and politics from independent media, and everybody's just helping grow this ecosystem even more. So maybe I should see some of these people as competitors, but we really all are part of the same movement is the way I see it.
So I'm fascinated by your take on news, and Aaron's for that matter. So I had Joy Reid on the podcast. And I was pretty direct with Joy. I said, Joy, are you an opinionist or are you a journalist? And she said she was an opinion journalist. You buy that?
Well, I think that the truth is there's really no totally unbiased arbiter of what's going on. And so I would much rather people acknowledge, even if I'm a reporter or a journalist, I still allow my perspective in, than to sort of pretend that it is zero opinion and just the facts, because that's really a difficult thing to do. And there's a lot of consumers, unfortunately, who don't sometimes know whether they're watching news or opinion. On some of the cable channels, they're on 24 hours a day.
Yes.
As far as they're concerned, there's the news hours and then there's the opinion hours.
Yeah, but
to the average viewer, you turn it on and there's a thing that says live swirling and it all kind of looks the same.
That's the problem.
That's right.
Because the viewer, they have to find out which is which.
And so I would much rather people just acknowledge their perspectives and their biases. I don't consider myself a journalist. I do opinion, flat out. I'm doing opinion and I'm very honest with my audience about that.
Good for you. And because, and I don't mind that. That's fine. As long as you label yourself.
100%.
But some people, left and right, try to play the journalist game when it's not.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge problem. And it would be less of a problem if we had a more informed population as far as media literacy, just very basic things. Like I said, am I watching news or opinion?
Yeah.
What are the biases that at play? What advertisement relationships might be influencing? These are really basic things that I think kids should start to learn at 10 or 11, and they're not being taught.
You know, in a way, I blame ourselves, and I say ourselves because for the 25 or 30 years that I did TV news, we didn't get through to the public that there's news and that there's opinion and there's a difference.
Yeah.
And maybe back in the day, we didn't have to because there was no cable news. And obviously it was well before digital media.
And the other thing that's really, I think, dangerous about that is we now don't even have a shared understanding, not of what the facts are, but of what sorts of statements count as facts.
Right.
And there are people who believe that matters of fact are really just matters of opinion. You might have one opinion and I have another.
Right.
But there are a lot of categories of beliefs that are under the umbrella of fact. There is only really one. It's not subject to opinion. And that, I think, was dangerous during the COVID era, where opinions were being presented as fact and there was confusion about that. Even things like, are gas prices up or down? This is just a matter of like, what are gas prices? And we've seen interviews over the last couple of months as gas prices have been up 66% of people who go, I just don't think it's as bad as they are saying. But it's just a question of going and looking at what the gas prices are.
You know, I like the other day, I watched a short video of yours where you were dissecting Robert Kennedy Jr. and Senator Bill Cassidy on whether vaccines had worked in the 20th century. And it was fascinating how you did it because you stopped RFK's testimony at a certain time, and then you had Cassidy questioning him and then stopped his question. So it was like, it was more of an analysis than anything else.
That's what I try to do. And there are these very easy tropes that people sometimes fall for from figures of authority. Like, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. does this a lot. Well, he'll say, well, we have 3 studies that say X. And when a lot of people hear that, they go, there's 3 studies, that's it, that he must be right. But are there 3 studies? We can figure that out. What do the studies actually say?
Yeah, but there are studies and there are studies.
Of course. Is it a randomized controlled trial?
Yeah, but
or
there
is
are
it
studies that actually go against other studies.
Of course. And one of the things I encourage my audience to do is not see me as the ultimate source of truth. You know, I think one of the criticisms I have of President Trump is that he has spent a decade saying he knows, he will tell you. And he's even said, don't believe what you're seeing or hearing, believe me. I tell my audience, I'm doing the best I can to synthesize the information that's out there and give you my conclusion. But don't trust me. Go and fact check me. And I encourage people to do that.
So how are you getting along these days with Caroline Levitt?
Well, we don't have a direct relationship.
Or Don
I would
Jr.
say. Yeah, you know, one of the shocking things that happened during my vacation is I woke up and Donald Trump Jr. and Caroline Levitt had retweeted some attacks on me. This is not where I wanted to be today. This is not where I expected to be today. But Donald Trump Jr. and Caroline Levitt are coming after me. They're coming after independent media, and it turned into Donald Trump Jr. going after me with Caroline Levitt boosting it. Here is my tweet on screen with the tagline, sick people. And there's a degree to which you see that and it's like, oh, I've made it in a way. That's interesting. They're paying attention to me. But it does unleash a significant amount of hell upon people who then start sending me threats, people who try to find family members' information. It's not a pleasant thing. And fortunately,
they go that deeply.
They go that deeply. And fortunately, I was out of the country when it happened.
So they now try to look up your family?
Yes. Yes. And there are times where family members, including my dad in one case, got an email the last time Don Jr. tweeted something about me. This is very aggressive language. I'm just warning everybody. You should have aborted your son.
Wow.
Not the nicest thing to wake up to if you're a father, you know?
Yeah. So when we talk about Dave Pacman in the beginning, you were born in Argentina.
That's right.
You're the son of Argentinian Jews.
Yes.
Boy, I'm fascinated by that. And I just wonder if your parents ever talked to you. First of all, everybody has to understand that many Jews fleeing Europe went to Argentina.
Yes.
During the 1930s and the 20s when Hitler came to power.
That's right.
And it was also a cauldron after the war for Nazis. Did your parents ever talk to you about that kind of conflagration?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, there were both a lot of Jews who found safe haven there, sometimes wanting to come to the United States. And when the doors were sort of shut at different points in time, opting for Argentina. Now, at the time, especially, Argentina's economy was much stronger than it is now. And so it was really a pretty good option when it wasn't possible to come to the United States. But then the second layer to that, which has quite a sordid and kind of ugly history to it, is that there were Nazis as well, some that we know about specifically and some that are suspected, but it was never definitively proven. And I don't want to say that the Jews and the Nazis were living side by side, aware of each other in Argentina, but they were both there.
And were the Jews aware that there were Nazis there? Or
you know, contemporaneously, I don't know how aware they were. Now we know about this, but at the time, I don't know how well known that was.
Yeah. And of course, there was the great Adolf Eichmann episode.
Yes. An incredible story that involved, subterfuge. And the story is unbelievable, where Eichmann was caught after a long period of observation with a fake vehicle breakdown on the side of the road, which was actually Mossad agents. I mean, it's an incredible story.
Yeah. It's classic Mossad, the way they were able to do that.
Which, by the way,
but they were only looking for him for like 15 years.
That's right. That's right. And in fact, it led to El Al, the Israeli airline, used to have a direct flight to Buenos Aires. As a result of that, because the Mossad agents were dressed up as flight attendants, that led to a diplomatic problem where El Al was no longer allowed to fly to Argentina.
So your parents brought you here immediately to Northampton, Massachusetts?
Yeah, my dad was
this
working
little sleepy town.
Yes, my dad was working
Massachusetts
in the Berkshires, and my parents decided we'd rather something a little more lively, and so Northampton, Massachusetts is where we settled and where I went to elementary school and high school.
And you became a citizen at 16.
That's right. My parents went through the actual process where they do the test because I was a minor. Once they got citizenship, it was just a matter of going to the post office and getting a passport.
Oh, you didn't have to take classes or anything?
I didn't have to do anything. Just be the son of naturalized citizens. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Northampton it's an unbelievable college town. There's Smith College, there's Amherst College, and there's the University of Massachusetts.
Right.
I mean, this little town, what are we talking? Could be 20, 25,000 kids?
I think, kids. Yeah. Well, UMass alone has a total student body, I think, of 24,000. And
plus Amherst.
And which is
smaller.
Probably
a few thousand.
Probably 3,000 to 4,000, I would guess.
And maybe Smith the same.
That's right. And then there's also Mount Holyoke College and Elms College.
Nearby.
So they call it the 5 college area.
Yeah. What was that like? Your mother was teaching?
She was teaching at Smith College. That's
and your
right.
father's a psychiatrist.
Yep.
Wow.
What's that like? I perceived it as very normal, even though when I tell people they have this reaction.
Yeah, the reaction is, boy, I wonder if there was therapy going on in the family.
I think there was certainly analysis happening on levels that I was not able to perceive. In retrospect, I kind of recognize that now.
Did you have any idea that you're a college kid in Northampton, Massachusetts, and you end up with 3.5 million subscribers on YouTube?
No, not really. And, when I started, it was not an obvious thing to be doing. Now so many people have come from corporate
Well,
media.
you told me 2009 was
Right.
when you first went on YouTube.
That's
I
right.
guess.
And it was, it was kind of a barren wasteland at
Sure.
the time.
I mean, there was no Substack. There was
none of that. You really had to build it from the ground up, and it built very slowly. Sometimes I go back and sort of review what was that first year like. It took a year to get 1,000 subscribers, which is often now a fraction of what we add in a day. It took a year to get the first 1,000. The thing I kind of say to myself is why did I even stick with it? Because now if it took me a year to gain 1,000 subscribers, I would say this is failing. I can't do this anymore.
Give me a year or a time when it exploded.
It was sort of an acceleration. I don't think there was one point. I think when Barack Obama had won, which was right around the time we got on YouTube, there was renewed interest in, hey, let's build a pro-democracy movement now that Bush is out and Obama's in. I think that activated a lot of people. Certainly when Donald Trump won, I think then a lot of the people in the pro-democracy movement said, this is going in the wrong direction. We need to rally around communities that are like-minded and are in favor of democracy. And then I think as the Trump administration's first term went on, and it even seemed like maybe he would get a second consecutive term, millions of people said, I need something different than what I'm getting on the 3-letter news networks. I think that really bolstered us.
You don't think Republicans can be pro-democracy?
They can. Yeah. The MAGA movement is increasingly not. They're increasingly authoritarian, but there are Republicans that are for democracy. People like Adam Kinzinger, for example, who I think now considers himself a former Republican. He was a member of Congress, or Liz Cheney, where I would have political disagreements, but they agree that people voting in a fair, robust election is the way to decide who's in power.
Liz Cheney probably would disagree with you on a majority of your platforms.
I think so. And yet we have this split right now in the Republican Party between those who are more in this camp that we're talking about, Cheney, Kinzinger, et cetera, and others who, even if they don't like it or agree with it, are at least willing to look the other way, either to stay in power or to sort of foment their own careers. And they look the other way about what's going on, which I think is very dangerous.
So you talked with a guy that I'm fascinated with, and I'd like to hear your take on him. And it's Joe Rogan. What do you think of him?
Well, when a lot's changed since I spoke to him.
I know it's been like 6 years, maybe.
It's been a while. When I was last on Rogan's program, he was still based in California. He's now in Texas. And I've done a lot of critiques. One of the things I don't do is, because I know someone personally, I won't criticize them if I think what they say is worth criticizing. And sometimes that makes relationships go south, but I'm willing to take that. I'm okay with that. He's since moved to Texas. I think there's been a lot of influence from just the environment that he's in and the kind of manosphere.
But he's in
podcasters.
Austin.
He's in Austin.
But
yes.
Austin is pretty liberal when it comes to Texas.
Well, I don't know how involved in the liberal milieu of Austin Joe Rogan currently is, but I think on a lot of issues, he's been wrong. Now, what I do think is interesting is that over the last 6 months, as we're talking here, he has done a little bit of a, hey, this isn't what I thought I was signing up for kind of thing.
I got the feeling recently, and I just watched snippets of him, he's kind of more libertarian than he is either conservative or radical.
I think that's right. And libertarians shouldn't like the current administration, because the current administration is extremely authoritarian. Now, I have said many times, I see a lot of these Trump supporters as being effectively in a cult, in the sense that the leader can do no wrong. The leader is the ultimate source of truth, etc. One of the things I've said is when people start to doubt and say, maybe this was a bad idea, we shouldn't shame them, because that pushes them back to the cult. We don't want to do that. We want to welcome them and say, it's great that you're rethinking some of your views, but we can't pretend that this was completely unforeseeable. And the problem I have with the Rogan mea culpa is, yes, you may not have signed up for this, but we were all telling you that this was going to happen. And so there should be some accountability for the fact
you really
that it was
want to
predictable.
raise your hand and say, we were right, we were right.
Well, I think it's not about patting ourselves on the back. There were tens of millions of people. It's not David Pakman and 5 of us and Aaron Parnas and whoever were right. There was a broad movement that said this is an anti-democratic party that is moving in an anti-democratic way. So it's not about we were right, rah, rah. It's the next time they try it, remember that we can predict with some certainty how it's going to go.
Right. You really think the algorithms can have a significant impact on public discourse?
Massive. And here's the thing with the algorithms. I think some people...
Which, by the way, I just finally got a definition of algorithm.
Oh.
It took me a long time to figure out what
What's the definition?
It's all what you all do. I mean, it's all these various places to go. It's
the way I think about it is an algorithm is a sort of invisible force that will suppress or elevate certain content based on how audiences are reacting to it. And if you think about it that way, the right's ideology is really well suited to these algorithms. I'll give you one example, because scapegoating, fear, and generating strong emotional responses performs really well on these digital platforms. And Donald Trump is really good at that. I mean, if you go back to 2015, when he launched his primary campaign, he came out and he said, one problem is China. On trade, China's the scapegoat. That does really well on these platforms. And the truth is that we're up against the fact that more nuanced thought that requires a longer explanation, it may interest people, it may be factually accurate, it just doesn't perform as well.
What's the echo machine?
The Echo Machine, which is the title of my first book, is this system that's been built around these algorithms. It's not the algorithms, but it's the system around them that perpetuates propaganda, false ideas, and builds to create this movement that I believe got Donald Trump elected. That's the simplest definition of the Echo Machine.
See,
it's
I
an
look
infrastructure.
on it differently. And I come, you're too young probably to remember this. So when I came on the national scene, this kind of wild Australian named Rupert Murdoch hired me. And we were going to do a show called A Current Affair. Now, A Current Affair was a kind of a tabloid. It's like the New York Post on TV, maybe a little more responsible than the New York Post, since he owned the Post. But what Rupert found out, and what he found out with the Fox News channel, there are tens of millions of people in this country who feel underserved.
Well,
and a lot of Democrats, liberals, even moderate conservatives never knew it, never knew about this silent, there's millions of silent people who did not feel that they were represented.
I think the feeling that corporate and elite interests don't represent people is a really common feeling, and populists on both sides of the aisle play that up. What's really interesting is that the example I give is the following one. If you listen to Bernie Sanders and Tucker Carlson diagnose a problem, you'll hear a lot of overlap in the language, which is that there are moneyed interests that are taking priority over the interest of the individual. The diagnosis sounds quite similar. When they tell you what their solutions are is where you say, whoa, hold on a second. They actually couldn't be more different. And so I've talked a lot on my program about how effective that populist rhetoric can be. And it's really effective at getting people to say, hey, I am a victim here. I am being taken advantage of. I'm not being listened to. The trick is that it's sometimes used to pull people into solutions that just don't work.
So would you say that the far right wing and the far left, it's the same thing?
It's not the same thing. Well, so I want to hear more about what you mean, but there are some theories.
The complaints involve the same issues.
You know, I don't think that that's exactly right. On the far left, you see much more of an overt anti-capitalist perspective where they say, we believe socialism or communism may be the solution. You don't really see that on the far right. The far right tends to go super nationalist, super authoritarian in a different way. But I do think that there is a shared language about, I'm getting screwed because of the elites, and we need a different system. Here's the trick, though. Trump, who represents the elite of the elites, wealthy guy, grew up in Manhattan and Queens in a wealthy family. He has convinced people that he is the everyman and that he really cares about the average person.
They don't care about his money.
That's right. They've been sort of blinded to that.
His money, not their issue.
And what's really interesting is that you could look at someone who's very wealthy and say, because they're very wealthy, they couldn't possibly understand my problems, not a good choice to lead. But Trump convinced them of something else, which was, I'm so wealthy, nobody can corrupt me. Because what can they offer me? I have all this money. And it turned out that he still wants more money and he's corruptible.
And what do you think his people think of Elon Musk?
Depends who. So this is where there's a split right now. And it was very interesting to see interviews with young voters at the last Turning Point USA event. There's the usual rah-rah. If Trump says Elon's good, Elon's good. But there's a split. And the more libertarian split is looking at Elon Musk sort of as the same type of charlatan that doesn't have their interests in mind. So I think people like Musk and also people like Tucker Carlson and people like Ben Shapiro, they're increasingly controversial on the right.
When you take a look at where the country sits today politically, do you really think the Democrats have a chance to take the U.S. Senate?
Senate is going to be tough. Senate's going to be tough. I mean, let's.
Oh, I'm not going to talk about the House.
Well, you agree the House will go to Democrats.
But it would go to Republicans if there was a Democratic president.
Often that's the case. Not always.
Not often. Mostly.
Mostly. Yeah, no, mostly that's true. I think the thing in the Senate is that it's very tough to make an analysis of it that has a broader assessment of where the country is for this reason. There's 100 senators, but only a third are up every 2 years.
Right.
And usually it's less about the political wins and more about the cohort, which cohort is up. And it's not a particularly good cohort for Democrats. Now, there are some races that Democrats can flip. I think it's about 50-50 in the Senate. I think that even without the Senate, with Democrats taking the House, it's going to be a very ugly 2 years for Donald Trump.
It happened to Obama the same way. It doesn't matter. The second 2 years of any president's term, when they lose one of the houses, it's finished.
Here's the difference this time. You're right, but there's an and to it. And here's the difference.
It's finished for Trump.
It's finished legislatively. He won't get anything done.
Exactly.
But his entire administration, and I'm going to be careful here, if the facts warrant it, is going to be subject to oversight, congressional hearings, and investigations, which you don't normally see.
Which, by the way, I think is wrong.
But if the facts point that way?
I think that the Democrats are going to fall into the same trap that they did after 2020.
If they do, I will call them out. But here's what I think. Here's a difference, again, between the left and the right populist rhetoric. You remember lock her up, lock him up. You remember all the demands to lock people up. My view is not lock them up. It's if there's evidence to investigate, you have a duty to do it. And if the facts point towards indictment, it should happen. And if there's a conviction or a plea, they should be sentenced appropriately. That's law and order, right? If I were here saying to you, Maury, we've got to lock them up when we have the chance, that would be wrong. I don't believe that's what's going to happen.
To me, every 2 year cycle, it's the economy. It's not taking out revenge on people who disenfranchised you the 2 years before.
I agree. And I'm not bringing this up to suggest this is why anyone should vote one way or the other. What I think you bring up gets to another point I've been trying to make, which is for all the talk during the campaign from President Trump about, this is his phraseology, we're going to get men out of women's sports, for example. Those are not voting issues. People are not going to go in November and say,
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm glad to be challenged on it. But as you pointed out, I believe that people are going to say to themselves in November, and usually by August, this is pretty set in stone. They will say, okay, the promise was gas will be down 50%. Is it? No, it's up 66%. The promise was we're going to be making more money in our jobs. Are we doing it? No.
But if he does a deal with Iran and on October 1st, the gas is under $4.
I don't know that under 4 is good enough, because remember, he was promising us under 2. And so I think that there's a lot of people who are going to evaluate that. The other problem with October 1st is with early voting, a lot of the cake will be baked by then. October 1st, this is why I'm saying it's August 1st that this needs to be fixed. Otherwise, they're in trouble.
See, to me, the Senate race that to me is the most fascinating is Maine.
Maine is an interesting. What do you find fascinating about it?
Because you have an outright progressive oysterman, local guy who's never been in politics, who has things he has to apologize for in terms of tattoos and in terms of social media comments, against a 73-year-old, 3-term senator
Governor.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about Collins. Oh, I thought you meant
Susan
Miller.
Collins.
Yes, right.
Three-term senator.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, is the chairperson of the Senate Appropriations Committee, which has given Maine millions of dollars in various forms for the state.
Yeah.
And how is this going to play out with this unknown progressive who is pretty good on his feet and this very, very important senator who's had the support of most Mainers for the last 18 years.
You know, every time she's up for re-election, Senator Collins, there's it's not summer yet. And in the polls, she's down a few points, which is what's happening right now.
Yep.
And she ends up winning by 4 or 5.
Yep.
Now, I've spoken to people who are convinced it's going to be the exact same way this time. And I've spoken to people who are familiar with Maine who say there's something different about.
So when you say you speak to people, who do you speak to?
Political consultants, people who run campaigns.
You think they know?
Well,
see, I
mean, listen,
I
it's
think
that
the
or,
age of political consultant is.
Folks, just got this in. Mark Furman, flawed witness in O.J. Simpson trial, dies at 74. So we may talk about it some more, we may not. But Mark Furman, dead at 74.
It's pretty dicey these days.
Well, let me tell you something you might find interesting. A few weeks ago, I flew out to Chicago on the day of the primaries in Illinois. And I was in a room. It was J.B. Pritzker, the governor's primary victory party, and a bunch of the creators were invited to sort of observe what it was like. And as we were sitting in the room, people are looking at their phones, and it's pollsters, consultants, campaign aides. What are they looking at on their phones to figure out who's winning? They're looking at betting markets. This goes to your point, which is, what do they know at this point? They're looking at the exact same betting markets.
Yeah,
we're
they're looking at Polymarket and Kalshi.
That's exactly right, which was fascinating. And I told some others about that, and they said, that's scary. That is a scary thing. So maybe you're right.
Yeah, I think the traditional political consultant is in trouble.
Well, you know, one of the examples arguably about this is the Texas Democratic primary, where Tallarico defeated Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. I don't know if this is true, what I'm about to say, but it's been said.
But the polls said that he was down.
Well, what the point I was getting to was, there are claims that she was sort of tricked into running by the consultant class who told her she had a shot when she really didn't. Now, I don't know if that's true. Wow. I don't know if that's true, but it goes to your point that maybe these are not the best people to be directing who runs and this sort of thing.
And I go back to 2016 and 24.
Right.
There was an undercurrent nobody figured out.
Yes, I still am hesitant to do the thing of the polls tell us nothing, because the polls, listen, I had a tough conversation with my audience in September of 2024.
Like what?
I went to them and I said, guys, listen, I get the energy behind Kamala Harris. You want her to win. You don't like Trump. Cool. Got it. If I just look at the 7 swing states right now, this is in September, right now, Kamala Harris is polling worse than Hillary Clinton in 2016 when she lost. But Kamala Harris in those 7 states in September was polling worse than Joe Biden when he won. It's worse than both. It looks really bad. A lot of people in my audience were angry, and they wrote in and they said, that's not the energy we need right now. We need to be positive. And I said, what does it do to be?
Why do they blame you?
I'm just the messenger. What does being positive do? We need to know what the stakes are and figure it out. And you know what? It turned out that the polling was right on those swing states.
Right. Did you say this a few years back? I think it's impossible to really do news reporting without eliminating all bias.
I don't think it's possible to eliminate all bias. Like we said at the start of the conversation, I think it is impossible, because you either have your personal biases, if you're in a multi-level corporate media.
You look at the New York Times front page, and you're going to show me the bias?
Well, the bias in the New York Times is arguably about story selection. I mean,
that's true.
By exclusion.
And headlines and headline placement.
Sure. Absolutely. And this is not a critique. It's not, it's just the reality. This is why media literacy is so important, because you can't eliminate that completely.
Believe it or not, you might disagree with me. I think the best print news reporting today, is the Wall Street Journal.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up, because it's owned by News Corporation, and there's often the assumption that anything in the Wall Street Journal—
I'm not talking about its editorial page.
Understood. But there's an assumption that the Wall Street Journal is going to be biased to the right. And sometimes it is, but to your point, there are big stories, reported stories, not opinion, that the Wall Street Journal has been first on and has been right on.
Against the administration.
Sometimes, yes, that's right. And this is why I think it's, you know, there are exclusively opinion outlets that are just consistently biased politically. But I do think it is important to separate out the different aspects of this. I'll give you an example. Fox News polling is pretty good. It's not done by Fox News like most of these media outlets. It's an outsourced agency, but many in my audience assume if it's in a Fox News poll, it's not accurate. Fox News polling has actually been quite good over the years.
Will we ever get to civility in politics?
Well, I think it is possible.
I don't.
Ever?
I'll be toes up.
You know, I don't think what I've been telling my audience is that Donald Trump is a symptom and a consequence, but he is not the problem. And what I mean by
amen, brother,
that is, there was this upswell of the grievance politics, the scapegoating, etc. And when Donald Trump won in 2016, he said to a lot of people collectively, you can be more open about this. You can say things now that before you might have kept to yourself. And that really hurt civility, I believe. But Trump didn't cause those beliefs. He simply said, hey, let's disinhibit people and let them out into the open.
So I'll play a game with you.
Yeah.
If Marco Rubio
yeah.
becomes president of the United States,
yep.
will we have civility?
I think it depends entirely on whether the infrastructure of a Rubio presidency is the sort of infrastructure that would have been around John McCain, or if it's just a carryover of Trump's MAGA base. I think it's going to be determined by that.
And if J.D. Vance will be the president in 2029?
I think it's the same analysis, although it's more likely with Vance that it will be a carryover from what's going on right now.
So civility comes from the top.
I think to a degree it does. And it's not a question of Donald Trump leaving per se. And I've been telling my audience, there's a lot of people in my audience who are under the very false notion that on January 20th, 2029, no matter who wins, that this era is sort of over. 11 years since Trump, as he says, came down the golden escalator in 2015, 11 years is a long time. You don't just flip a switch and go back. And case in point, during the 4 years that Biden was president and Trump wasn't, nothing changed. It didn't become more civil again. Trump was still sniping from the sidelines. So were the MAGA people. So I think it's going to be a longer process.
And Biden brought it on himself.
Well, we could talk about that to some degree. Maybe he did. But the point is, there's not a switch to be flipped overnight and we go back to being a more civil country. That's an unreasonable expectation.
So what would it take?
I think it would take at least half a presidential term of really, if it's Republicans saying we're doing it a different way right now, going back to more the style of someone like a John McCain.
Right.
But you've got to clear the hallways of the people that are currently controlling. If Stephen Miller is behind a President Rubio or a President Vance, it's not going to change.
I get the feeling that he doesn't have a chance to be there with Rubio.
You know what? I would hope not. I think that Miller is one of the worst people in this administration, and I would hope he doesn't have a chance with anybody. You know, there's controversy around Vance that if Vance were to be the president, it would be this sort of techno-libertarian presidency backed by billionaire Peter Thiel. That has its own problems, but I think someone like a Miller isn't part of that, and so maybe that's the upshot of it.
Okay, we play this game. It's called On Par or Off the Rails.
I thought you were going to take out DNA results.
Oh, you mean the envelope comes out?
I was getting worried for a second.
Do we have to worry about that?
You know,
are you married, by the way? I didn't even read about that.
I'm not married, but I have two kids with my partner. And, you know, she And everybody really has you to thank for the fact that I have no kids I don't know about out there. Because when I was home from school sick, I would watch the old show and I would say, I don't know how all of these people are getting into this problem, but this is a problem I don't want to have.
Yeah.
And I don't have that problem.
Yeah. I didn't even ask you about that. So why have you decided not to be married?
You know, this is going to generate a lot of hate mail, I think. Listen, for me, I don't really love the idea of the government lawyers and accountants involved in my relationships. It's that simple.
Oh, I see. So there would be prenups, or there would be, tax situations.
Could be all of the above. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to me. It's enough just being in the relationship. Why bring in all of these other parties?
How long have you all been together?
15 years.
Wow. And there's never been any heat, no pressure on you.
You know, there was some pressure building, but then we had the kids. And the kids, who can think about marriage now with kids running around, you know?
Yeah.
The timing was really perfect.
Yeah, I have a child who has a fiance, and I wouldn't know whether they're getting married or not.
And does that worry you?
No. No. It might have worried my father because he came from a different generation.
Sure.
But, a lot of people live very happily together without the judicial blessing of
I agree with
married.
you. I'm going to show her this clip that we have your blessing.
Okay. All right, here's the game. In the case of on par or off the rails.
Yep.
Do you think a David Pakman Netflix special, the political comedy crossover of the year, on par or off the rails?
I think that's on par.
That's okay, huh?
I think it depends who the comedic counterpoint is, but I think it has potential.
Okay. On par, off the rails. The Red Sox are the best team in baseball.
Well, depends what year you kind of asked that.
Not
question.
lately.
You know, I remember in 2004.
Are you a fan?
Where I'm a fan. And we snapped the curse.
Sure.
And I remember it was 11 p.m. and the Red Sox were down 3-0 against the Yankees. And then I hate to say it, it was the biggest choke in baseball history where the Red Sox came back to win that game and then 3 more. And we know the rest is history.
And are you upset about Alex Cora?
I am not.
The players seem to be.
You know, I stay out. I get enough heat with my political takes. I stay out of the sports takes.
Okay. On par or off the rails. People reading the headlines, but not the full article. On par or off the rails.
Completely off the rails.
First of all, I am shocked. I shouldn't be shocked. I come from this environment. Sometimes the headline has nothing to do with the article.
Yeah. And you know, it is true that sometimes the headline is chosen by the editor, not by the
in the New York Post, I would hope that the guy who's been paid the most money at the paper is the headline writer.
Right. No, I think, and listen, this is on YouTube. This is a big thing because we all are playing this game where we're trying to generate interest in our videos with interesting headlines. And I always tell my audience, watch the video before rendering an opinion. If I see a comment 2 seconds after I've published the video, I know you haven't watched it. You're reacting to the headline.
Yeah. I come from an era where we wanted the promotional announcement to be better than the show.
Right. You know, I've talked to authors about how they feel like sometimes when they do a lot of interviews for their book, it hurts book sales because they're kind of giving all the main points of the book in the interview.
Right.
It's kind of similar to what you're saying.
In the case of on par, off the rails, that Argentina has the best skirt steak in the world.
That's absolutely on par. Absolutely. I was just there and had beautiful skirt steak. That's
the beef is still good in Argentina.
The beef is still good. The beef is still good.
Okay. On par or off the rails. Being a girl dad makes you a better person.
Absolutely on par. You know, it makes you a better person, but it makes me much more worried about the future of the country. Much more worried.
Why?
Well, things that were theoretical before about what women face in society and the things that they have to navigate are very practical now. They're very real. They're, you know, certain things are 10 years away from me right now. Certain things are, so it makes the stakes feel significantly higher.
Well, this is what I like about you, and we'll finish it up this way. In a world where everybody shouts, you're not shouting. You're actually, asking us to think. And whether we trust you or not, you make us think. And I think that's probably all you could do.
I tell people, disagree with me. That's totally fine. But tell me why rather than insulting me. And then we'll have a good conversation.
Great. By the way, you ever signed a golf ball before?
I don't think I've signed a golf ball.
There you go.
This is actually difficult to do.
Yeah, I know. The great Arnold Palmer always used to tell everybody who went on the pro golf tour, make sure you sign your name. Don't do it with a scratch.
There it is.
Very good. Perfect.
Thank you so much for having me.
Did you have fun?
This was great. And I love the studio.
You like this?
This is great.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So I was going to ask you about Aaron Parnas, but
Yeah.
you seem to know him.
I know him.
Good. Because you're kind of in the same ballpark, aren't you?
Absolutely. He's more on other platforms, but similar concept.
Right.
He does more breaking news also.
Yeah. Yeah. You kind of wait for the week.
Yeah. Or at least give it a day. Yeah. Aaron gives it 2 minutes.
Can't wait to talk to you about Northampton.
Have you been?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Lost my girlfriend in Northampton.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting little place. Rachel Maddow came up there as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Did she go to Smith?
I don't think she went to Smith, but she started on local radio in
Oh,
Northampton.
really?
Yeah.
My high school girlfriend, I went to Penn. She went to Smith.
Okay. My mom taught at Smith.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Quite a school.
It is. Did you see what they're doing now? They're investigating them?
I did see that. I did see that. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Give me 1 sec here. Sorry about that, folks. I had something in the oven and timer went off, but I got my son to deal with it. All right, so polls or opinions at the time. Markets are driven by people taking action, placing their hard-earned money on the line. Yeah, that doesn't answer my question. You said they are, in theory, more accurate. Are they more accurate or are they not more accurate than polls? That's my question. You said in theory. That doesn't mean they are more accurate. Not quite sure where the in theory helps. So this will more than likely be the last video. This is something I haven't watched. It's Karen Hunter, who we all know that I have professed my undying love to Karen Hunter. So we'll listen to a little bit of it, just to see what's going on. If it's not that interesting, I'll just wrap it up.
You're cosplaying, you're pretending to live. To me, life is, let me see what my limits are. Let me try something I've never tried before.
Karen is a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. She was the first Black woman to be a columnist at the New York Daily News, one of the most important voices that we have today.
All money's not good money. All people aren't good people. And if we are selling to our people, we need to sell to our people. Every dig became an opportunity for me to flip that, and then I'm going to rub it in your face too, because that's a lot of fun. My mother, she was very conciliatory. In many ways, she let her voice be muted.
You look at it as weakness.
But no, it's the greatest strength.
I think the same thing about my mom. I was like, I am not going to be like you. But then that part of that comes, then you're not malleable.
I used to run away from those parts of her that were in me. Now I end up looking like her. She's the kind of person that gets things done. And I kind of think of myself as somebody that know how it's going to get done. But that's from my mother, because the things that we reject in ourselves are usually the things we need to lean into and explore more, but we don't do that either. It's allowed me to embrace those parts of myself, which I think is the journey. Open yourself up to the possibilities that you might not be this or that. It's okay to make mistakes. As a matter of fact, that is the assignment. Make the mistakes. Our job to ourselves is to find out what that special thing is. We all have different fingerprints for a reason. Why are you trying to be like somebody else?
Shame is something that I believe all of us have experienced. We may not recognize that whatever undeserved shame may be the source of our superpower.
I'm Suzanne McDowell.
I am Terry Williams. I am the great-grandchild of my honey, and you're watching Who's Your My Honey? Today, we are with a woman who, when I go around the country,
I can only imagine what kind of simp jokes I'm going to get for showing this, but what the hell?
you all walk up to me and say, I heard you on the Karen Hunter Show. Karen is a woman who is a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. She was the first Black woman to be a columnist at the New York Daily News. She's founder of Karen Hunter Publishing. She's a publisher. But she also is, in my view, one of the most important voices that we have today that helps us figure out, make sense of what's going on in the world. I see her as a professor, as a teacher, and also as a friend. The kind of friend that will tell you when you need to get something right, which she has done. She has pulled my coattails on many occasions. And it has helped us build community and helped us become a better bank. And so I am so happy to introduce Miss Karen Hunter.
Wow.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
No, seriously.
You won't get me out of my bat cave for much. So I'm here.
No, and I
Yes.
really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. So the reason we're here is because of an experience I had. Actually, you met him with Adonis Parker. We commissioned him to do a mural on the bank. He says, well, who are you and how did you become you? And I said, I answered his question. I said, well, I went to Brown University. Then I went to work for Bank of America. Then I went to Harvard Business School. I worked at American Express. I then met my business partner who became my husband. And we bought 4 Black-owned banks, changed our name to One United and became the largest Black-owned bank in the country. And he looked at me like, that's not what I asked you. So I thought I had the question. I just stopped and just sort of tried to reflect on why isn't this answer answering his question. It was an exact moment where I was like, I think it was my great-grandmother. And it was almost like I was asking him, like, could it be? We called her my honey. She owned a penny candy store. She owned a barbecue pit. She owned a juke joint. And she owned all these apartments. And I used to go with her like to collect rent. So I called my dad and I said, Dad, I think I'm my honey. And he's like, well, of course you are. I looked at the phone like, what? And the same thing, like when I started talking about her to all my Indiantown friends, they were like, oh yeah, of course you are. It's like everybody knew it, but me. Then I was like, how did this happen? Like, how did I forget her? And then I realized that when I went from Indiantown to Brown, whole new world, I became ashamed of the fact that I was from Indiantown, to the point where I just wiped it out of my whole story. Ashamed of Indiantown, ashamed coming from the South, from this little bitty town, segregated, ashamed of my great-grandmother. Like the reason I was successful at Brown and at Harvard was because of her.
That's right.
And not the other way around.
But did they make you feel shame? Or was that self-imposed? Like, were you Did they say something to you that made you feel like you couldn't admit that you were from this place with this grandmother, great
Oh,
grandmother?
absolutely. Well, first of all, let me give you the picture. I showed up at Brown, the big red afro, a white tube
Was it
top,
dyed or your hair used to be red?
dyed,
Okay, okay. I'm gonna say less.
peroxide,
I'm gonna
On
say less.
purpose.
I'm gonna say less. Go ahead.
peroxide red,
Okay.
a white tube top,
Okay.
and some lime green hip huggers.
Why? Why?
'Cause
Why?
that's-
why-
She was 18.
The combination though. Was that what was happening in
Indiantown,
Okay.
Florida.
Okay. All
It was
right.
a style.
That was the
All
style.
right. All right.
That was the style. And I land
Yeah.
on
Okay. What are you wearing
You
on your
know,
feet?
I've been on a mission here lately, Dirty Dude. It's like people keep saying things that are really meaningless when you think about it. And I was on Nightish's panel. As a matter of fact, I should review my time on his panel where Poppy Blanco and OG Do Dirty and I forget who Chicago Rilla was up there, but it was mainly Poppy Blanco. Dude came up talking smack. Ruthless Truth was up there, and he and I, this notion that the military's like being in prison and the government controls your everyday life and all this stuff. And I just found it ridiculous. Basically, they think it's almost like I guess it would be like some sort of libertarian or anarchist. It's like if there are laws, you don't have freedom. And the thing is law doesn't work that way. Sometimes you have freedom because of laws. Like the First Amendment, you have free speech because the government can't interfere. Otherwise, it could interfere. So you have that freedom. Oh, these guys are just talking shit that they don't actually understand. And I just kind of like, okay, you're gonna talk some shit. Well, let me talk some shit right back to you. And anyway, I think I've just had my fill of people just talking nonsense, and they want to be taken seriously, and they get mad when you call them on their nonsense.
Jellies? What's out then? What
you know
got?
what? It's probably flip flops. I don't know.
Flip-flops,
Probably
okay.
flip flops.
And so this is your first time out
Speak
of
of
this
the devil.
area.
Oh.
I've been here forever, fuck nigga. I don't listen. Let me say this. to you, Stan.
Well, yeah,
Let me
yeah.
say-
Let's not use
let me
the
say this. Let me say this. No.
Nope. Don't use the N word on my fucking panel. Did you forget already?
Fuck
No,
nigga.
no N words. No N words on this panel.
I'll never forget.
And,
Here's the thing, though. This is what I want from you, Stanley. I want you to be your full self. I don't want you to ever hold back. That's the best. That's the best, Stanley. Why do you think we want you to like kowtow and bow down? We want you to be in your full essence.
I see.
So I understand what you're saying, and I'm gonna respect your channel. But I want Stanley to stand out. Be full.
Yeah, well,
in your full stanchy shit.
Well, my full stanchy shit would mean don't use stanchy either. But the bottom line is
I'm gonna do me.
Ordinarily,
and I want you to do you.
Ordinarily, I'm just
gonna
kind of
do me, and I want you to
What?
do you. I'm gonna do
right. Well,
me,
ordinarily,
and I want you to do you.
Ordinarily,
Don't hold back, Stanley. When they
okay,
act
wait,
up-
hold it.
wait, when they act up-
Do I get to speak, or do you have a prepared speech?
Sure, it's your channel.
No, ordinarily I just, depending on what it is, I just kind of let things go. But
I
when
don't
people
like
come
when
up,
you do that.
when people come all the way up to a panel to defend another person's foolishness, that's a bit much.
I don't like when you hold back though.
Sometimes it doesn't really matter.
Listen, when somebody's saying something stupid and you spanking them, and then somebody else come up to support the ignorance, and then you wait and let them finish, I'd be like, Stanley, what are you doing right now? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
You got Ruthless saying a bunch of ignorant, crazy nonsense, and then somebody come up there to support the nonsense that he's saying, and then you like give him the floor. I'd be like, why are you doing that?
Well, so have you caught any of this video?
I've been watching for a while, for a minute.
Have you? Okay. Yeah, I have a thing for Karen Hunter. She's actually, I think she's my age, but I just have a thing for her, and she's tall. She's a 6-footer.
What do you like about her?
Well, number one, believe it or not, she kind of looks like my mother at that age, which is kind of creepy. However, I think she's really she is the woman. She started her own social media platform from scratch. It's called Nubia.
That's what we are trying to do. I hope you're not on here just to talk. That's what we are trying to do.
Right. Well, she did it. And it's called Nubia, which is, it's essentially an African American studies platform.
Yeah, I studied the Nubians some years ago. Yes.
Well, this is a social media platform. So she literally did something. I don't know of any other Black oriented, fully formed social media platform. It's, you pay $20 a month for it, but
that's what you're supposed to do. That's where you get your money from your memberships. Whether you do it on Patreon, if you do it on YouTube, and like you were saying, you don't care about being monetized, but when you get monetized, you'll have an opportunity to have members, and you can set those different levels. If people that just support the channel, maybe that'd be $2. But if they want to have like personal conversation with you, maybe you do that for $10. If you want to like set up things. So to me, you said her channel is called Nubia, right?
Well, it's not a YouTube. She does have a YouTube channel. It is a standalone social media platform.
Okay, so let me talk about
this. It's like X. It's literally its own.
Yeah, X used to be Twitter, but let me say this right here. What your YouTube channel is supposed to be is a lead generator. You ever heard that before?
Yeah, actually I have. You used to buy leads.
Right. That's those people. Right. So my favorite movie that deals with that right there is called Glengarry Glen Ross.
Glen Ross. Yeah. I've seen clips of it.
Right. So the thing is, you're supposed to be capturing people, and then you have to have something to offer them. So as you saw the other day, Bridget M was in the chat, and she was asking me to make book covers for her. Because I love Bridget, I'm not going to charge her too much, but she's going to make a lot of money because of those book covers. Do you know that?
Yeah. Now I know she has a YouTube channel,
and she has an Amazon page where she's actually selling adult coloring books, how-to books. Those are actual books that she's going to put on Amazon. They're already on Amazon.
So have you talked to Chocolate Earth?
Yeah, I've been talking to Chocolate for probably about 3 years now. Chocolate is
all right.
She does like what is it where you like grow stuff on the roof inside of buckets?
Yeah, like not hydroponics.
Yeah, hydroponics. So she does because she's in Arizona.
Right.
Right. So she's doing a hydroponic thing. She's making these like love novels. She needed to talk to me about
romance novels.
Romance novels, yes. Now those sell on Amazon, especially if you sell them for $6-7.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. I know of another YouTuber who published a science fiction novel.
That's what I'm saying. So this is a lead generator. I be trying to tell people, y'all want to fuck with me and let me be your damn virtual assistant. I think that you would be great writing books about the way to think, the way to grow, the way to be the best version of yourself.
Well,
They don't
those
have to
books
be
are
long.
already out there.
Doesn't matter. Do they have a Stanley version?
No.
Yeah. I think I would love to have a Stanley, how to think, how to grow, how to be the best version of, because when I listen to you talk about your son, I like to see you write some of those books. They're not really long, maybe like 60-page book about coming into manhood. Doing like me, I would tell people right now, you're in a time where you really don't have to leave your house. You can do user testing, Trimodder, Respondent. Those are like things that are they'll pay you to just have conversations. You do studies and whatever else. If you have a bunch of old shit around your house, you can deal with Etsy and Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist and OfferUp. I would tell people all these different ways to make money where you don't have to, it's not a whole lot of effort involved. So I really think, because I listen to what you say, I think you should write that down and have some books.
Yeah, I'll think about it. Never really thought that deeply, but sounds like something I should think about at least.
Do you mind writing? Really
Well,
typing?
typing, yeah.
Typing.
Not really.
You should think about it. I think you have, I listen to your shows. I think you have a lot to offer. I think you should write it down. I think that this channel should be like a lead generator where you get emails and whatever else, and then you direct them over to your Shopify channel or your Amazon channel where you sell your books. And then you can have like for maybe $50 consultation where you talk to people.
Like a life coach.
Like a life coach. Like a life coach. That sound crazy to you?
No, what I'll call myself is Dr. Tough Love.
I'll take the doctor off because you're not a doctor. But what I'm saying is that, does that sound crazy?
No, it doesn't sound crazy.
I think you would be a good life coach, Stanley.
Oh my Lord.
I think you could be a good mentor to these young people that's out here just wayward and don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, if I could get them early. You know, we got a lot of wayward children that are 40 plus.
So here's the thing though. Here's the thing what I'm saying to you though. I'm not talking about children.
Oh, you mean adults?
I mean grown, lost in the sauce ass motherfuckers that everybody say, fuck them, we can't help the old motherfuckers, we gotta help the kids. No, I'm saying to Stanley that people 25 plus could benefit from your knowledge.
Wow, that is a high honor coming from you.
Why you say that?
You're a tough customer. You laugh when I say I'm judgy. You do realize you're kind of judgy yourself, right?
Yeah, Stanley, I'm an asshole. I wouldn't be a good coach because I wouldn't have the patience or understand. I don't like talking to grown motherfuckers. But I think that you had enough compassion and patience to be able to have these conversations that actually help shape people's lives and make them better people.
You know, yeah, I'll think about it because I will definitely come next fall. I have the time to do it. Oops.
And I don't only think that you could help them. I think it could be financially beneficial also. The information I be giving people, I don't know why they fight against it. It will actually make them some money. And I know it. I know that you really don't care about the money aspect of it, but it's money involved in it also. And especially if you really care about these people, then you're not just taking money from them. And the people I be talking to, they sound like they're good people. And I'm not saying, and they think that what I'm saying, 90 show you're talking about is money. No, Me, yeah, I would just take his shit. I wouldn't quibble about it. But I'm saying that I think that certain people I listen to, I know they got a good heart and they're not in it for the money, but you shouldn't be doing it just for free.
Right.
And when you get your groups together and you get your Patreon or your Discords or whatever else, they should be able to understand the value of these conversations, and they should link up, because I always be talking about an ecosystem where people can help each other.
Right. Now the problem is, and I was actually talking to Chocolate Earth, or maybe it was Deacon Dave. I tend to ruffle feathers, and that's why I'm a bit reluctant about these sorts of things.
You should ruffle feathers.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the thing is, these people, in all honesty, are adults, and there are limits. Even I realize that. For comic relief or up on a panel and just kind of BSing back and forth, but when it's for real, and people are like saying, "Hey, look, I'm going to support you and your venture," then you kind of have to think about what you say. And I'm all for thinking. I should definitely myself think before I speak. I am prone to just kind of go off the cuff, though I try not to. But yeah, it's definitely food for thought. I never really thought to go as far as you're talking.
Let me ask you this: is your intention to help or harm?
Well, my intention is basically critique. Harm, no.
Wait. But with the critique, is that to help people be better, or is it just to talk shit and harm?
Well, I think it's just to critique, just to observe. This is an observation. A lot of the people that I critique, I don't know. I read about in the newspapers and kind of comment on it. If I'm going to do one-on-one, it's always going to be to help. But I'm humble enough to know that I'm not a professional. And sometimes, a non-professional can do more harm than good.
Okay.
That's why I'm reluctant to I know my son. For instance, I'm very comfortable critiquing my son because I've known him, since the first time I held him, and I know what his limits are. I know how far to go, that sort of thing. People that I don't know, especially fully formed adults, they're wild cards, and you actually have to treat them, with kid gloves.
I would agree with you because they're kind of volatile.
Right.
The reason why I asked you about intent is because, as crazy as I'll act, my intention is not to destroy. But I want people to understand the power of their words also. So, like, we were having a discussion about how I dealt with Savage. Savage
Right.
made a statement about me being a white person. So what he's doing is, I understand because of the transatlantic slave trade that it's an admixture, and I might not be fully whatever black.
Well, I just
so-called
kind
black.
of took it as a joke.
I know you did, but my issue with people that are just dark skinned and think because they're dark skinned they're more black, and they want to
I
put.
don't know that he meant it that way, though.
Jay Print, they literally are saying that I am a white man because of my skin complexion. They literally mean that, and they mean to be better than. So I was trying to explain it the other day is that I would have never said anything about no ape and monkey and all this other stuff if I wasn't being admonished, because I somehow owe them reparations because somebody got raped in the past. Because let's go along with what they're saying. I'm supposed to this
Let
white.
me ask you a question though. Do you actually think they're thinking that deep? I don't think JP is.
I think JP is.
I think he's just saying it because it is a score. He can, you know.
No, that dumb motherfucker heard the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, the darker the flesh, the deeper the roots. That's what he heard.
Right.
So since I'm darker, I'm better, I'm purer. You have to listen to when he says he's a Gullah Geechee, but he don't know no Gullah talk. So when he says
he's not even, I don't know what his roots are, but is he from the Sea Islands of Georgia or South Carolina?
He just says shit.
Now, I will say this. I will say his phenotypically, he's probably far. It would not surprise me if his roots are in South Carolina, like the Sea Islands. It wouldn't surprise me.
So it's as if, so when you start talking about phenotype, it's like he doesn't see how thick my lips are. He doesn't see how wide my nose is. So phenotype is not about complexion.
Well, sure
right?
it is.
You think it is about complexion? So the dark.
No, I'm 100% sure it's a biology term.
So
phenotype is appearance. It'll be everything from eye color, skin tone, hair color, bald. It basically anything that's surface level.
All right, so you agree with Savage and Jay Prince? They're black. They're more black than me.
Phenotypically, but I wouldn't
yes.
say, well, hold on. Let me finish. When you say black, I wouldn't use the term black.
I know because that's
okay. Don't know why I can't get a full sentence out.
You can't get a full. Don't do that. Listen, you do that crybaby shit. You know I jump on your back.
Okay. Well, remember, I've got the dump button. I'm gonna
Don't
say
give
what
a
I'm
fuck.
gonna say.
I don't give a
with you
shit.
or without you.
I don't give a fuck.
I was about to say that I would not say blacker as in racially, they have darker skin, darker complexion. That would be the phenotype I'm talking about. What they're talking about is culture or heritage or something. Phenotype isn't about that. Phenotype is literally like if you're looking at a lizard, is it brown or green? That's the phenotype.
When you hear them talk, do you think they're talking about what you're talking about?
No, that's why.
They're literally doing the latter part of what you're saying.
Correct, and that's why if I were you, look, you got to consider the source, Nightish. They have if they're not doing the critical thinking, they're doing the schoolyard shit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Let's separate them also. When you think about Jay Prince versus Savage, do you understand the amount of influence that Jay Prince has compared to Savage?
Influence where on YouTube?
So on YouTube, I have to let you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He's affecting your business. I got you.
That's it, right? Yeah, not Savage. Savage, I apologize to because you're not on the same level. But Jay Prince, yes.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from.
So me, I don't mind you saying I look like a white boy. I don't mind you calling me fat, old, bald, whatever else. It only bothers me when it hits my bottom line.
I got you.
Yeah, so I think people, I've said this before. I don't care. To me, I grew up in the 70s. My grandmother, Dolores, my mama, my aunt, my uncles, everybody always said to me, they would grab me by my shoulders and look me in my face and say, "You are somebody." Before I ever heard Jesse Jackson say it, "We love you. You mean something." So when I got older and I heard somebody say, "Well, women are born with value, but men have to earn their value." Have you ever heard that before?
I've only heard it on YouTube. I've only heard it on YouTube.
Yes. When you was born, you was special to the woman that had you and the people around you.
Right.
I remember sitting down in the kitchen listening to my auntie say, when you was born, your head was fucked up. We had to shape that head. We had to rub that head and make that head. So I'll show my bald head because they said they had I was born with a lopsided head. And they would sit down and just rub and mold and shape my head. I used to listen to the old folks.
I've known people to do that.
Yes. Now, if your head
is soft.
Yeah, that's right. But listen to this. So basically what they're saying is if you get to an adult age and your head is fucked up, then nobody care about you. Because they can shape your head.
Well, I don't know. Seems like I've heard that that's kind of a old wives' tale, but I mean, the head it's got a huge soft spot.
Yes.
Before the skull plates join and harden.
Yes.
So it seems like it could actually be a thing.
So
as a matter of fact, I know it's a thing because I don't mean to get too far off your point, but there was like a South American tribe where all the kids had like a football shaped head or something like that. It was like a tribal thing.
Yeah.
Before you go on, Lupin Reiging, thank you so much for supporting the show. You have been, a stalwart supporter of this show for forever. And all I have to say is thank you. You and the CKJ3 have been so generous this month. And then I need to talk to Kimmy. She's supposed to call me. Just thank you so much. Some further details that I want to talk about as far as tiers of support that I haven't quite worked out. But everybody, please make sure you support the show by supporting the host. Always, and show ideas also are support for the show. So don't be shy. CKJ3, is that you? Is that you, CKJ3?
No, that's me showing the image. He's royalty.
Oh, okay.
He's the bishop this month.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Shout out to CKJ3.
Yeah, he helped out. He's a really he supports his shows. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I really want you to think about what I said to you today, Stanley.
I will.
Yeah.
So I've been I've actually, let's see, where am I now? I think I was up to 342, then I'm back down to 341. Hopefully I'll be monetized by the end of the year. That would be nice.
Yeah, you definitely
have options.
Definitely will. Just more shorts. More shorts.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I said to you, I don't understand what I said because Rufus has been, and I told him, Rufus, should have hired me 3 months ago, we'd have been over the hump. It's just little tweaks, and do your shorts, and it's not that complicated.
Well, the thing is that I am not everybody's cup of tea and don't need to be. And
I think more people.
It is what it is.
I think more people should hear what you have to say, whether you're their cup of tea or not.
We'll get there. I'll put it to you this way. I'll tell you what's so funny. There's a woman named Arawella. I don't know if you've heard of her.
Yeah, she cuts me out and says something about old niggas and blah 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 over there on Ert's channel. Yeah, I know who Arawella is.
Well, she and I one Saturday morning kind of went back and forth, and she surprised the hell out of me yesterday, I think it was, or maybe it was Saturday, drifted into the chat to say hello and was very cordial. So, hopefully she'll subscribe and come back. But look, the bottom line is, I've always been kind of a flash in the pan kind of guy. I'll say what I have to say and be done with it and not hold grudges.
I look at some of your thumbnails and stuff, like you had a school bus, and one day you had like
the Saturday short bus,
and I just think you need some little minor tweaks that's a little bit more fun, that's more eye catching and whatever else, and you'll be good. You'll get over the hump easily. And more.
The Saturday short bus was kind of like a spur of the moment thing. I've been looking for a name because Saturdays just tend to be a little rowdier. And the Saturday
So
short
I'm going to
bus,
say to you the same thing I say to Ruthless. I know y'all stingy fucks, but y'all need to hire me as a virtual assistant. Because I understand exactly what you're trying to say, but it just needs to be a little bit more funnier and consistent. If that's what it's going to be.
When I get monetized, I will definitely do that.
Yeah. I am the white man in the title, whoever you are, Khan Shana.
Well, no. Actually, you aren't. That was something totally unrelated. Shiesty Bumm. Totally unrelated to you and Savage and all that. It was I don't even remember. We were talking about was it as a matter of fact, it was in your chat that she said that, I think.
Because I think you'd be pretty consistent. How many watch hours do you have?
Oh, I got way more than enough. I've got like
yeah. So and you say you got 300
or something.
You say you got 300 and some. How many subscribers you got?
341.
I don't like to do shit for free, but it's easy to get you to 500.
Well, it depends on what it is, because I don't, I need to be able to sleep at night.
It's not, you don't have to go delete anybody, but I think we should do a couple of collab shows and direct some people over to you, because the connection that I have, we could easily get you 160 people. That's easy work.
Okay.
So we just need to hook up like that. That's all. But I'm finna get up out of here. You be great.
Okay. Well, no, I'll definitely. As a matter of fact, email me the email address, Stanley versus the world.
In the back so I can grab it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Because I don't.
7.
Let's see here. Or either that, or we could always do a conference on like a off-air conference with StreamYard. You can just basically do like a video conference call.
Yeah, just give me the email in the back and we can talk about it.
Okay, hold on one sec. Private chat. There we go. What's up, CKJ3? I was just talking about you, as a matter of fact. So since you're here, I'll just go ahead and put up the banner here. So you and Lupin Reiging are executive producers. So thank you both for your generosity. What's up, Khan? There was something you said that I wanted to anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. No, Shiesty Bumm, it was I can't remember what it wasn't in my chat. It was in either your chat or it was in Sharon's chat, where she just I think it was Sharon's chat. They were talking about interracial couples and dating and stuff like that. And she was going back and forth with somebody in Sharon's chat. And she goes, it was something about a black woman. Oh, I know it was in my chat. Deacon Dave was talking about him and his wife, who's Dominican, She will sometimes point out black women and ask, like, would you go out with her or something like that? So Shiesty goes, well, that's just weird. I never talk about black men to my white man. And it just floored me. It was so funny when she typed it that it had to be a show title. So she can do a one-liner, that's for sure.
Okay,
You still
so
awake?
I just sent you can you hear me?
Oh, did you? Yeah, I can hear you.
The second email, just keep that one.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, the second one.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll be in touch because I probably should take you up on your services. It's probably time to kind of step up a little bit. I've been
A
kind
little
of
bit, yeah,
getting
for sure.
by on my good looks.
Yeah. You with your rock star hair. Let me get up out of here though. Peace.
All right. Talk to you later. All right, folks. So where we are right now, this is Karen Hunter interview. And the name of the YouTube page, it's some bank. It is One United Bank, which is probably a black-owned bank or something like that. I haven't really gone and looked it up, the particulars. But anytime Karen Hunter is off of her show and on another platform in her full glory, of course I'm going to be there to simp for her. She is she to paraphrase Mike 123, she's the head of my life.
No, but
So
but
you have
I didn't know Brown was Ivy League.
Okay, that's okay. So you showing up on campus, what were you expecting?
Maybe like University of Miami type vibe,
Okay,
maybe.
which is real chill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, if I had showed up looking like that at University of
been fun.
Miami, I
Yeah.
probably would have been fine. But in Providence, Rhode Island, like I didn't even own a winter coat.
Okay.
Now let me. Okay, I should say this too. I applied to all these schools, but someone told me to apply to Brown. I didn't know Brown was Ivy League. I was a kid this before the internet. I applied. They gave me the most money. I showed up. I didn't know what
I'm saying
concept.
that first day, who said something was wrong
Oh
with
no,
your
it wasn't
outfit?
just the first day, Karen. It was the whole time. It was like being from the South and today.
How did it show up? This is why, like, did they have the audacity to say something to your face?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Not only that, even to this day, my friends tell me, we didn't think you were gonna make it.
Wow. Okay.
Meanwhile, it was easy for you.
Yes. So from a intellectual academic standpoint, I top of my class. And to be honest, it was weird living it because I'm sitting around thinking like, why do you all not get this? The professor will be up there and people be like, what? Because of my great grandmother. I didn't know that economics existed as a major. I went to Brown wanting to be a math teacher. I didn't even know business. I did not consider my great grandmother to be a businesswoman.
Wow.
She was just my great grandmother. And I would say even to this day, there's a feeling of, the South is not what it could be or not as good as equal as
the South that gave us Martin Luther King and Andrew
Exactly.
Young and
The South that gave us Terry Williams.
Exactly.
the South that gave us Frederick Douglass. I'm
Exactly.
just
Yes.
saying that
Yes,
South
yes.
that gave us Harriet Tubman.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All
But
right.
there is a sense of, you
weird.
didn't go to a prep school, you're not from a big city, you're not from the Northeast, which is where a lot of people were from. So yeah, there's definitely a sense of like, you're not as good. And you don't deserve to be here. You don't belong.
Mm.
And I internalized that to the point where I just forgot, honey. So I say that, and it leads me to the question for you,
Right.
of who's your ma, honey?
Yeah.
And let me say before you answer, it doesn't have to be a person. It could be an experience or a thing, but where you experience undeserved shame. That undeserved is the part that is so important because I didn't deserve to be ashamed.
No. So I almost didn't want to be here because I don't have really that story. I've spent most of my young life being wildly delusional because I never would walk in a room being ashamed of anything or feeling less than anyone. I always thought, matter of fact, that I was probably smarter than everyone. And I was very mischievous. And, you know, so what you see today is kind of how I've always been, but you made me reflect on why. So I spent most of my life thinking I was like this because of my father, who, born in Newark, one of 8, very poor. His mother got him up at 5. He and his brothers at 5 a.m. they would have to collect bottles. His father died at an early age and left them a store, which my grandmother fed the family out of, and they lived over the store. So, growing up with rats and roaches, so my father was very meticulous, which I am, like he would get up 5 o'clock in the morning and clean the house. I would wake up to bleach every morning. The house was spotless and impeccable and stylish. And we had Waterford crystal and Lenox china because where he came from, everything had to be in order. And he was the first to graduate from college. And he got up every morning. He had a store. So he would get up every morning at 5 a.m., go down to the store, open the store, and then go to his job, which was a parole officer. So for 18 years, that was his life. But he wasn't home much. So when I think about myself, the boldness of doing anything, this man coming from Newark, and he would tell me every day that I'm a hunter. So, there are no options here. I couldn't bring home bees. And then I had to navigate around. If I did bring home bees, it created in me this, how do I manipulate this situation so that I don't get in trouble? So I was constantly plotting, which was great. I mean, I skipped the 6th grade because I didn't want to be in the class with the kids in the 6th grade because I was hanging out with the 8th graders. So I had to come up with a plan to bring to the principal. And, I had this whole, rehearsed this thing, came in on a Friday. On Monday, she skipped me with 2 other students, which was weird because I'm like, they weren't in this.
CKJ3, this is Karen Hunter. I've talked about her on occasion. This woman, if in another life, we would be married for sure. She is a 6-footer. She is gorgeous. When she was younger, she was hot as hell, and tall. But anyway, she's a journalist, as they said, a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. I think she got a Teen Pulitzer. Used to be a sports reporter, believe it or not, for the New York Daily News. She wound up becoming an opinion columnist, the first Black woman to do so. She formed something called Nubia. She literally built, she and of course helpers, built a standalone social media platform geared towards Black folks and basically African American studies. It's called Nubia. She has a YouTube channel for Nubia. She also has a Sirius XM Urban View. I think that's the name of her little mini network, or so she's got several irons in the media and social media fires, but she's kind of legendary. So I've never seen an interview like this, seen her do an interview like this. So naturally, I'm going to want to watch it. Oh, I don't, let me see what her name is right quick. I think she's Terry Williams. She's either Terry Williams or Susan McDowell. And the YouTube page is One United Bank. So I'm guessing she may be like something to do with a Black owned bank. I'll do some research and find out.
Meeting that I set up with the
How
woman.
they get in my
Well, she couldn't justify just skipping me when other kids had good grades.
Oh, okay.
So she was gonna move. But the irony is both of them, and I followed them, didn't end up going to, finishing college on time. And, like that wasn't their trajectory, but because she couldn't justify just skipping me. But I say all that to say, I thought that was my father. But when you started telling me about your story with my honey, I was like, I've been spending this time really focusing on him. But the person that was there all the time for everything was my mother. And because her personality, she's very, I'm direct. She's very personable. Party, like the life of the party, just nice, like I'm not. But she, what she is resilient. And I had to think about it because I've had conversation with her past couple of years. She's going to be 83. And so it's forcing me to, like she's just my mother. You don't think about her as a person. Most of us, you get to a certain age and you're like, oh, human being who had to do all these things to get to wherever. But I had to think about this because I got sent down south. That's why I don't think about the South that way. I spent my summers in Augusta, Georgia, and the best time of my life and some of the most amazing experiences. And that was my mother's mother. And, since talking with my mother, she actually spent her summers with her grandmother, who was literally on a plantation, as she's describing the big house and as she's describing where my great-great-grandmother lived. It was a plantation and she had to be enslaved, but she never thought about it, right? She never thought about it because that was just her grandmother, the way you don't think about these things. But I think about my mother being 20, 21, meeting my father. She was dating some guy, but if I think about my mother's ambition to not want to be stuck in Augusta, Georgia, to not have the life that all her friends and family had forever, this kid comes in from Newark, very dapper and handsome and all of the things, because he was, with his northern ways, and getting run out of town because, he's not going to bend. This is early 60s. She ends up dating him and leaving and getting married, and they had to run out of town because I think they were going to try to lynch my father. So they had to get out of town. And she moves to Newark, New Jersey, eventually East Orange, not knowing anybody but this man. And then, a year later, she's pregnant and she's navigating this life, working full time. So she goes from my grandmother's house into his house and not having a whole lot of life experience. She figures some things out and she never talks about it. But I know she's figured out life, because I don't know at 21, what the hell, and I know that generation had to figure some things out. But when I think about me, what I always thought my mother was the weaker one in the house, because my father was, everything had to be his way. And her malleability, which I did as a person, I don't like that, I'm like, no compromise. But what
you
it
look
did,
at it as weakness.
Yeah. But no, it's the greatest strength. What she did for me as a person, you talk about going to college. I applied to Brown, Princeton, and St. John's because they had a great basketball team, and I wanted to be there with they had that was that era. And my mother was like,
Still do, right?
Yeah. Well, I think they used to be really, really great when it was Mark Jackson and Chris Mullin and all. But my parents wouldn't let me go to New York because they didn't have dorms. And and Princeton put me on a waiting list, and I didn't make it into Brown. So I'm sitting home.
Terry took your spot.
She probably did. But I'm glad I didn't go to Brown for a lot of reasons. And that Brown decision was because my parents had friends that they went to Brown, and everybody was talking about Brown. And I was like, and I don't even know about Rhode Island either. But I didn't have a place to go, and I was okay with that. I was okay. I was like, we'll figure it out. And my mother was like, you're going to. And so this school, Drew University, kept sending pamphlets to the house. She made an appointment. She had me out at the school. I had to do an interview. She filled out my application. I know she filled out, because I don't remember filling out any applications. She filled it out. We were on campus. Next thing I know, I'm in this school, and it was the best experience. And that would not have happened if she did the same thing for my brother. Like, my mother she's a force of nature. When my dad got cancer, she went into, crazy mode and did everything. And when he also fell on a hard time, she made sure that everything was going. But I think about the resilience of, and there's no shame in it, that shame part, I don't think I have the shame gene because, again, I'm delusional. So I'm not ever considering what y'all think about it. That's on you. That's I don't care.
I love
Yeah,
delusion.
yeah, delusions.
You can
I
get
mean,
anything done
that is
at
the
a high
that is the
level
key element.
without delusion.
You gotta tone and tune everything out. But I think about what you're saying about, like, for me, my mom was always not that strength that I thought growing up, and so I wanted to be different. Like, nobody's gonna tell me what to do, you know. But she, man, every day I think about it, and you made me really lean in, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for forcing me to have to think about that, because as the world is crazy, the kind of people that make the world are those people, are people like my mother.
So first of all, thank you for sharing that, because I do think that is another layer that I find when I talk to people, that sometimes it's not shame, it's just recognizing that someone or some experience you had that you thought, I don't want to say was a weakness, but maybe underestimated the contribution
Yeah.
to your
And that's the erasure that you were talking about with
yes.
your great grandmother.
Yes.
Like, my mother is probably, and the older I get, the more I appreciate how she is, because she's the kind of person that gets things done. And I kind of think of myself as somebody that gets, I don't know how it's going to get done, but that was from my mother. My father got up every morning and went, opened the store at work. He didn't get home most nights until 11. He'll come home for dinner. We always had dinner and watched CBS, Walter Cronkite, 6 o'clock. We had to have dinner, and then he would go back, close the store, and reconcile his books. So I didn't see him much. But my mother just kept things going and made things happen. And that, to me, is, I never knew that was me. And now
Yeah.
here I am
Yeah.
getting things
Yeah.
done, and
Yeah.
that's my mother.
Well, and it's funny because you said force of nature, and that's actually how I experience you. You're a force of nature.
Definitely a force.
I mean, you're like,
And if there was another word in addition to nature, I would say you're a force of nature in this other word, because you're extra. You got something. You got more than other people. You got. I'm telling you, is what I think. You got
Okay.
more than other people.
Again,
You're extraordinary. How about that?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I received that. But
Okay.
to live a life as we all have, most of us don't spend time in reflection of that life. We are just living, right? We're doing our thing. So what you're doing with this is forcing people to reflect on the things that make them them, the way Adonis did for you. And that's important. That's
yes,
important,
it is.
because none of us arrive anywhere without something. And whether it's epigenetics, DNA, or the influence of people in your life, we're all standing on somebody else's shoulders. We're all propelled and blown. Somebody else's wind is pushing us to another place. And I think in many ways I probably took my mother's influence for granted, because she was always there. And sometimes the people who are always there get the least amount of appreciation. So I just want to take time. And that force of nature thing, again, I don't think about it. I'm often surprised that more people aren't forces of nature for themselves, right? Because what are we doing?
Well,
here,
you're a
you
little
know?
bit more delusional than most people.
Yeah.
I know I'm more delusional. I'm just saying, I go do stuff. I'm
Yeah.
like, sorry, I did it. But
You know what though?
thought I
Your
couldn't, but I
delusion
did.
becomes everybody else's reality when you live in it, right? If you don't have any boundaries on what it is that you can do, like I feel like, if I wish I had gone to Brown with you, because that was one of the things that I would do on campus. Is I was the regulator too. What you not gonna do? What you not gonna do? You're
Let me
not
tell you how
gonna.
you're not gonna.
You're not gonna. What? You gonna have something to say about Terry? And so I was like the reverse bully. I was a bully of bullies. So like, if you were somebody on campus bothering somebody, or not reaching your full potential, you would hear from me. And so that actually pisses me off, that somebody would make you feel that way.
well, and let me say, it's sort of interesting how you talk about how you walk into a room and never feel ashamed or never feel like you don't have a right to be there. I felt the same way. It's sort of, it's sort of, I couldn't understand why they were making me feel
Right.
this way. I didn't, like, you looking at me a certain way. I don't know why, but I definitely internalized some of it to the point where they became my origin story. And so
Like your life started there.
sometimes, yeah, you're like you could be confident, you could have accomplished a lot, but you left something behind. And that's really part of why I want to have these conversations, is to tell us to go back and sort of pick up something that we left behind.
Yeah.
And for me, it is my honey. I mean, it is her. It's her. Oh my gosh, it's her. But it's more than her. It's the whole journey from, till I was 17, 18 years old, till I landed on that campus. It's my whole life. It was a wonderful life. I didn't even know it wasn't wonderful. Like, what's wrong with it?
Right.
Until I got there. Right. Exactly. Until I got there, and it's like, oh no,
So you left behind the juke joint, you left behind the
Yeah.
penny candy store, you left behind the barbecue pit,
yeah.
you left all those apartments
I was-
behind.
Yeah, left it all behind. So, right, exactly. But I
you-
didn't.
I
I
was
didn't.
gonna say, but
actually.
you didn't.
I didn't, because they're with
It's
me
inside
today.
of her regardless.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
inside of me
Whether you
today.
know it or not.
But let me also ask whether or not in your journey, so when you walked into the room, did you feel like people thought you should be there?
I don't ever think about what other people are thinking about.
Well, let me say
me.
it differently.
But here, let me just say this
Yeah.
though. I'm not somebody that likes to be around a lot of people anyway. So, to be in a room, I'm generally not going to be in the center of the room. I'm usually going to be off to the side looking or watching and observing. And I'm not somebody, I'm a one-on-one person. I don't like to talk to a whole bunch of people. I'm gonna find somebody in the room that I connect with, and I'm gonna talk to them. But that's never about me not feeling like I belong. I think most people are cosplaying life, so I don't have the time to. I'm not engaging with you. I got things to do, people to see, things to imagine. That to me is frivolous to have these. So what do you do and all, like I've never, so that's never been. And my mother's super social, so that's also the opposite. So watching her work a room, I'm like, ugh.
Meanwhile,
what?
That's one of the reasons you can do what you do. You're literally working the room on the radio.
No, I'm one-on-one. I'm on the radio talking to one person.
Exactly, working the person on
No,
the other.
one person. I'm talking to whoever can hear that voice. I'm not in a crowd. Like I don't do speeches. So if you invite me to come somewhere to do a speech, I may come, but I'm gonna tell you off rip, it's not gonna be good per se. I'm not someone that's gonna, have a scripted thing and then at the end I'm gonna give you this inspiration. And no, I'm talking to one person on the radio and I'm sharing, it's an exchange. You call, we're gonna talk. I have a guest, we're gonna talk. It's different.
The actual physicality of it is different, but you do know you're talking to the world, right? You do
You
know.
say that again in my delusion. I was talking to Terry, talking to Suzanne.
She's not
it's
gonna say
yeah, yeah. No, I mean, in order to do what you do,
You're Karen Hunter. You influence a lot of people. People are inspired by you.
There's a reason you're sitting here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
well, I appreciate that.
More
I
than
appreciate that. But the
more
reason
than that, there's a reason that you're you. I mean, okay, so let me put it differently. Something inspired you to do what you do right now.
Okay.
So you clearly saw a need that wasn't filled.
Okay.
Maybe can you just express what that need
yeah,
is?
I was going to when I was, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5. My mother, the other thing she did was give me a lot of books. So she taught me how to write my name in cursive before I went to kindergarten. I remember sitting at the kitchen table so I could write my name in script. And then
One thing I do have to say, a lot sitting here listening to Karen Hunter and the lady's name CKJ3 is Terry. Oh shoot. I just put it in the chat. Terry, what is it? Terry Williams. I'm hearing a lot of things that happened in my childhood. Now, funny enough, I didn't learn how to write cursive until 4th grade, I think. For some reason or another, that's how the curriculum worked. My son, I think they learned how to write cursive in 1st grade. But anyway, I'm hearing a lot of familiar notes
She bought me my first book, which was a children's Bible, and it had, you know, David and Daniel and all of the Goliath and stuff. And so there was, you know, this thing, and I was, you know, precocious because I spent a lot of time with adults. So, you know, I was with my grandmother, her, you know, they would play cards and I would be at the table, my parents. And so children never, you know, I didn't really have a lot of like interaction with children. And so being around children was problematic because, again, you know, but to answer your question, I, I don't, you know, I always wanted to be a teacher, you know, because I would hold court, you know, I'm always telling people what to do. So it was that energy, not necessarily this is a need that needs to be fulfilled. I don't see myself as like Oprah, you know, like as a matter of fact,
No, you see yourself
yeah,
as
like
the
so
professor that you are. You
correct.
are
I have
Dr.
something to
Yes,
say.
yes,
I've done the work.
yeah.
This is what I learned. I don't want you to make the same mistakes.
Right.
Or here's something that you may not have considered. This is the way it is, you know, and please pay attention because this is about to happen because I know, because I've been through this. And then journalism allowed me to do what I do, which is to sit back, ask questions, observe, and then disseminate that to the people. And then I taught that. But it's not, you know, what you guys are describing as like, I'm inspiring. I feel like everybody's on a journey. We're all living a life, right? And if you are breathing, then you want to live the best version of that thing. And my job is to tap you on the shoulder to tell you to live. Wake up. You're
Oh, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, I don't know if she still does it, but she did used to teach journalism at Hunter in New York City. I guess she's a professor of practice or something. I think she might still do it.
not a zombie. We're gonna be okay. And here's some things that you might want to consider. Because I think a lot of us are unconscious in our everyday. You know, we just live. We get up, go to work, we do this, we eat the things, and we go.
What does that mean, cosplay? You're saying people are cosplaying.
Yeah,
What does that
because
mean?
you're cosplaying, you're pretending to live. To me, life is, let me see what my limits are. Let me try something I've never tried before. Let me see what I'm actually really good at instead of being afraid that I might be bad at it. And I think that that's where, again, some of my fearlessness comes in, is that my mother could pick up and go and live somewhere that she doesn't know and make not just I mean, she's got friends my mother makes friends everywhere. Like people love her, you know, and she's very popular.
She's popular.
Yeah, she's very popular and will help anybody, is good. She's like a good person. And that's beautiful. I would wake up sometimes and people in my house, I don't know. I'm like, why are these people here in the house? Okay, we'll just navigate. Somebody, you know, anyone needed a place to stay, they could stay, you know. And that was always something that no one can stay at my house now. But anyway, as a result, but I'm rethinking everything because I feel like that's important, that you open your life and yourself up to people where this is the connection, right? So the cosplaying, I think a lot of us don't really know who we are, what we're about, what we really want in life.
You're basically like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, as opposed to really doing it. It's almost kind of like, what do they think I should be doing? And let me go do that.
Right. Like you graduated, you had this economics degree, but you were actually driven by something deeper that led you into this thing that you happen to be really good at, as opposed to I have these degrees and these things. And so I'm supposed to be a doctor or a lawyer or whatever, but nobody's supposed to be any of those things.
My honey was sustainable. That's what it was for you. My honey's sustainable. Can take you from there to where you are now, like all the way.
Yeah.
So can I go back to your now appreciation of your mom? Was there?
Let me just say, I always appreciated her.
Well, yeah,
I just needed to say it publicly. I've always appreciated her.
Yeah. But in a different way, maybe than to say it.
Yeah.
But was there anything that maybe? And I'm gonna say this because let me make the point. Was there anything that made you less appreciative? Was there anything that you felt on your journey that made you less appreciative of your mom than maybe you are today?
Yeah, I thought she was very conciliatory, very, it's like, not that she wouldn't fight, but like in many ways, she let her voice be muted. And she, again, is somebody who can't be stopped. But I think I didn't really appreciate or see it until later. And that I used to run away from those parts of her that were in me. Now I end up, I'm looking like her. The older I get, and I'm like, she's nice looking, so I'm okay with it.
You're
Yeah,
beautiful.
Both my parents
I
are
mean,
good
we
looking.
believe
So
you because
no,
you're gorgeous.
no, thank you, thank you. But it's like I always was, your makeup artist, like you have nice lashes. I would say that's my dad because my dad had the most beautiful eyes, and so these are his eyes, I think. But the older I get, I'm like, what is happening? Like
I'm becoming my
started looking
mother.
more like my mom. Yeah, and everything that I used to be annoyed by with my mother, I'm doing all of the things.
Actually related to
Yeah,
that
I'm
lady.
like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's allowing me to embrace those parts of myself,
Yes,
which I
yes.
think is the journey, right?
Yes.
We're all on this journey,
Yes,
and we
yes.
we won't ever have it all figured out.
No.
And this is what I say about cosplaying. But open yourself up to the possibilities
Right.
that you might not be
Right.
this or that or
Right.
this, and it's okay, like to be wrong.
Yeah.
It's okay to make mistakes. As a matter of fact, that is the assignment.
Yeah.
Make the mistakes.
Yeah.
Make the mistakes and be
Yeah.
okay in it. Not to stay in it though. Don't
Yeah.
stay in a mistake. But
Yeah.
like this is how we learn how to be, right? So
What's interesting is, you say your mom's 83, and I think how she is or how you describe her was the way
yeah.
women were.
Yeah. I mean,
'Cause
she couldn't.
My mom was similar.
Oh
It's
my
like
God,
the
my
way,
mom was just
yes,
like
I don't
yes.
think she could vote at 18. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have this
yeah.
conversation with her.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think she could vote at 18. She definitely couldn't own property. She couldn't have a
Right.
credit
Credit
card.
card.
Nobody
that
was
just
giving
happened
women
in the
power.
70s.
Women didn't have power.
They had
Correct.
no power.
So
no.
so you hear this the city slicker coming in and your
Yes.
choices are him and this guy, then you're gonna end up, y'all gonna be somewhat poor. At least this guy's ambitious. I
Right,
know he's
right.
got, he's going somewhere. I'm
Right.
going with him.
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
Who does that?
Right,
Yeah. Like
right.
I mean, a lot of people might have, but
Yeah.
go thousands of miles
Right.
into a place that nobody.
Right. Right.
I wouldn't do that. I've
Right.
never lived more
Yeah.
than 2 miles from my parents my
Yeah.
whole entire life. Like
Yeah.
until now,
Yeah, yeah.
because that's another thing. After
Right.
my dad died, 5 years later, my mom's in the church. She's a trustee and a church clerk, and she meets this guy who's been in the choir in the church, also on the trustee board, and she gets remarried. And she was really nervous about that because of my devotion to my father. Like, are you gonna be okay with this? And I'm like, are you happy?
Yeah, most important.
And she's like, yes. And so she moves to North Carolina with this guy. And let me tell you, she's living, and I'm so proud of her because again, my impression of her was somebody stuck in this space. Like when my dad died, she had never had she always wanted a black car. And my father was very dark skinned. So he was like, I'm not going to be black in this black car. So her whole life, they could never have a black car. So the first thing we did was get her a black car, right? But to move to North Carolina, she was like, I'm never going to go back to the South. And now she's in the South, right?
Because it's her superpower.
Yeah, she's in the South. And they basically live on a farm and she's healthier than she's ever, like they're eating off the land. And it's wild to watch her be able to change at a stage when, she lost a lot of weight and she's doing her thing. Even
Most people
more
would
so.
stop. They would be
yeah,
like, all right,
it's like,
I'm done.
I'm at a certain age. She's like, nope.
Yeah.
Let her hair go gray. So I'm like, me too. Let's all do it. And I'm really, really proud of her. And that.
I definitely think that, like, I remember like this, like, kind of like inherent weakness.
Yeah, CKJ3. I need to do a better job. You remember, I don't know, when I first started up, I was really into, we need to, I wouldn't show the true crime, the body cam sort of videos, and still don't. I used to show, black couples fishing or farming or hunting. And I've kind of gotten away from that. Probably need to do more of that, as you say. These three women, I would defy someone. I think I did see a bull mammy comment, someone who shall remain nameless. But these three women, they are the real deal. And all of them are older. Karen Hunter is my age. And you know, this show is being sponsored, I guess, by a Black-owned bank. I haven't researched it, but these three women. When am I going to see someone review this show? When am I going to see Izzy Bands or Angry Man or Ruthless Truth? Any of these fools go and review this show. So shout out to me. Shout out to me. This popped into my algorithm, and you know, hopefully I'll try and make this a trend. Start looking at successful Black women and just successful Black people in general. And by the way, let me go ahead and toot my own horn. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the show, sometimes I do something that's somewhat unique or just positive. So check out the show, see if you like us. If you do, please stay. If you're hearing this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button as well. Support the show by supporting the host. All my information is in the crawl at the bottom of the screen. I'll post it in a minute. Show ideas are supporting the show. For you foreigners, I have PayPal now, so you can support the show with Lira or Francs or Deutschmarks or dinars. I'm sorry, dinars. So there we go. Let's see. Yeah, we need more than that. Yep. Yeah, I guess. But I mean, even if you can't relate in real life, I mean, this is a video. I don't know Karen Hunter in real life, though I wish I did. It's out there if you go look for it. That is the good thing about the internet, is if you're looking for positive, you can find it. So there we go.
Because I think the same thing about my mom. My mom was very like, I was like, I am not going to be like you. I am going to be so strong because you are weak. And that's like what I thought for a long, long time. And that's where I am. Because I did not ever want to be, I didn't want to not have my own money. I didn't want to be weak like my mom. I didn't want somebody pushing me around. And so I was like, I'm not going to be weak. But then that part of that comes with the fact that you're not malleable. Then you are like, rah. You know what I mean? And there's got to be a balance, which is what I've learned.
So as you reflected on this story of my honey and your mom, and you think about our community, so I want to broaden it.
Mm-hmm.
What lessons do you think? I'm gonna use myself.
Yeah.
Like, what lessons do you think my experience has for our community?
First of all, any place we are, we're supposed to be. Number one, or you wouldn't be there. And you put yourself there. So this is yes. Number two, like, we should also stop. I always hear people tell me, oh, they're not going to let you do, or they're not going to let us do. And I said, who are they? Where are they? Let's confront them.
And
Let's go
says
find
who?
out. Yeah. I mean, but we have already built these barriers to what we can do in our own minds. Even you, no matter what they said to you, well, obviously you didn't listen because you're Terry Williams. You still went on and did all of the things, and I don't know where they are right now. I'm sure they're successful, but maybe not. But you know,
they're not as successful.
Yeah,
as
they're
her.
not. They're not, and that's okay. They can still
for a rounded
right.
amount of reasons,
Correct.
not just
and a lot of the things that they were saying revealed their own insecurities. Because why are you concerned about this girl's tube top things and the flip flops?
I wish I had a tube top.
Yeah, like there's some baked in jealousy because you're just being. Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? So that's a them problem, not a you problem. So most of the problems people bring to you are them telling on themselves about their lack and their smallness and the things that they don't feel good about. So the only way they can feel good is to put you down. Once you recognize that, then it makes it almost like, ha ha, oh, you worried about me? Okay, that must be
You're like,
amazing.
I'm taking up room in your
Yes,
head. Okay,
yes.
good. All right,
How
perfect.
amazing am I? So that's the other thing. And as a community, you know, everything that has ever been, you know, started in on a continent that we now call Africa. Every human being, every life force, every math, science, everything that was invented and ever created is in all of us. So our job to ourselves is to find out what that special thing is. I always tell people we all have different fingerprints for a reason. Why are you trying to be like somebody else? You know, we are all individuals who are supposed to be, I think of humanity as like 6 billion, 7 billion explosions of pieces that have to come together to make one whole picture. And each of us have a role in that, you know, coming together. What is that unique shape? What is that unique thing that you bring to humanity that makes it whole?
Like, what's your little puzzle piece?
Yeah, what is it?
I mean,
What
like,
is it?
That fits right in.
You know, everyone wants to be the next, you know, used to be Bill Gates. I think no one wants to do that anymore. But we all used to. We had these people we were aspiring to be. Like if you were in entertainment, you wanted to be Oprah. If you were in business, you wanted to be name a business person, as opposed to being your unique self in whatever it is that you were driven to do. That I think, and less than delusion. That's the thing that I know, and it's not delusional because every time I do whatever it is I imagine, it happens. So that's the other lesson. Imagine, waking up, awaken your imagination to the possibilities. Donna said something. No, actually, it was the young man that sits out there. What's his name? The one.
Jay?
Jay said, where he comes from, it's this neighborhood that's poor or whatever, and their path to success is very limited. Him coming outside of that, going to prep schools and all of this, gave him a broader perspective of what success would be or what his options were that they could never see because, inside your small view of yourself in your neighborhood, you don't really open up to see what
That's
the
why
possibilities.
environment is so important.
Yeah, so we have to see a thing to be a thing,
yeah.
which is why it's also important for those of us who have quote unquote made it to, I often think we should stop moving outside and stop moving out of the community, stay in the community, build where you are, which you have done, Terry, like build where you are so that all of the children and everybody can see what the possibilities are. But if you haven't done that, know that the possibilities are endless and it requires something of you to imagine greater things for yourself. So that's it.
You're reminding me, first of all, thank you for that, because those are lessons coming from Professor Hunter.
I'm uncomfortable with
No,
that.
no,
That's
figurative
so
and
weird.
literal hunter.
Yeah. That was some kid. His parents sent me an email that their child was. I've been on the radio now 12 years, and their child was raised in the car, and they didn't know that my name was actually Karen Hunter. They thought that was the show, that I was a Karen Hunter. So that
Like
was
you hunted Karens.
that was the show. That's what I'm doing. And I was like,
I'm a Karen Hunter.
Yeah, well, they can catch these verbal hands as well. But yeah, well, I was like, it's cute. It's cute. Yeah.
So, but you just by telling that lesson, giving us that lesson, you reminded me of another Indiantown experience I had. At this point, I was in Boston. And this was during the time when you actually got a newspaper, a physical newspaper.
Yay, I miss those times.
I know, I do. And so I get up and I go and New York Times, and I pick up the paper, off the stoop. And I look at it, and it's a big picture, and the whatever you call it, the credit under the picture said Indiantown, Florida.
I'm from Indiantown.
Front page, above the fold,
what?
New York Times. I'm like, what? So of course, I'm just like, what could this be about? Come to find out that one of the biggest solar systems, plants in the world is in Indiantown, Florida.
Wow.
Okay, and this is the scary part. White folks lived here. Railroad track. Black folks lived here. Booker Park. I never went past Booker Park. After Booker Park, Florida Power and Light.
Wow.
Solar power plant, biggest in the world. All that technology
Just
was
right
being
there.
right there,
Right under your nose.
right
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
right past Booker Park.
That might be delusion. That's delusion. Like you look over there, you don't see it, but look at it now. It exists.
Well,
It was right there.
It was just, but it goes to that point, like open yourself up.
Yeah.
Like never went past my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the kind of lessons that we, so whether it's on my honey's grandchild or Indiantown is the place that has the largest solar plant in like the world, like there was something there. And by the way, it didn't even have to be that. It, you know what I mean?
Could have been anything.
It could have been anything, but just to recognize, yes, that undeserved shame is undeserved.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
really the bottom.
That whatever flaws you think you have them. That they can be a superpower. I was also
Right.
talking to Jay. I did a book with this young. Well, he's not that young anymore. With this man who had his both legs amputated above the knee as a baby. So he spent all of his life with no legs, and he just did an Ironman an Ironman triathlon, and his book is called Iron Will. But spending time with him, it's like, okay, he puts his legs on. Like I just hung out with him, and he just went to Africa to help children who also. He's living such a full life, and most people would look at that as like, oh, woe is me. I have no legs. Life is over. He is killing life because he doesn't see this as a limitation, but as a superpower. And again, to your point, just if we just travel more, if we spent more time with people, You're My Honey allowed you to see yourself more broadly. Having this conversation allowed me to see my mother, which allows me to be more of myself, because the things that we reject in ourselves are usually the things we need to lean into and
Right.
explore more, but we
Yes.
don't do
Yes.
that either.
Yes.
So
hard.
Yes.
this is
Yes.
the
Yes.
point. And
This is
you're
the
gonna
point.
you're gonna
Yes.
get it wrong more than
Yeah.
you're gonna get it right. And
Yeah.
that's okay too.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
always say like
Yeah.
I'm wrong 50% of the
Yes, I'm wrong 50%.
I feel like we're all
Alright,
wrong
Yeah.
50% of the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We try though. Keep
Kara's like,
Yeah.
no,
progress.
I'm more like
Yeah.
25, but
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
10.
I was gonna argue with you on that, but even 50% is still like, if I batted that in baseball, I'd be a freaking.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. Yes.
I like power over myself, not over. When you think about power, most people, we've been conditioned to think about power as power over some people or entities. I like the ability to be able to do whatever it is I want to do, and that to me is power, and that's freedom. I love that, and I would never give it up for anything in the world. I will fight you on that, but I think we all should like that. We should all like to
I'm
have
with
the
you. I
power
like
to
it.
Sort of
move
like
freely.
empowerment.
Yeah. I mean, but we play with language. This culture of ours has conditioned us to think about language in such a very narrow way, and it's twisted too. It's very twisted.
So another story that we have as our notes is your experience as a sports editor or sports journalism.
Yeah.
What I mean, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
It makes sense though now that you told me about your basketball history. It makes sense that you would have.
I mean, that was the short story. Became a sports editor out of college because there was a newspaper. My mother was like, yeah, you have this degree. Oh, she would get up every Saturday morning and raise my blinds. It would be like 7:00 in the morning, and I had to clean the house.
Did you hear Rise and Shine? Rise and shine.
No, I didn't get that. It was just like brightness. The sun was out.
Get your butt
you
up.
gotta get
That's
up.
what she heard.
So like house had to be clean before I could watch cartoons or do anything else, which was, so that habit was instilled in me. But also I graduated, I'm home, and she throws me a newspaper and it's like, find you a job. And I'm like, what? No, do you cook, clean?
Let me help our friend little Palomino out. So Palomino, about that guy who had his legs amputated as a baby. He says it's a superpower to the triathlon guy because of technology, not because of his strong will. Well, Obviously, you're not good at critical thinking, Palomino. Don't know what you're missing here, but people don't just like pick up technology. Technology doesn't knock on the door and go, "Oh, hey, use me." Technology doesn't go, "Oh, hey, you should be doing triathlons." Maybe you didn't do sports as a kid or something. Uh, Triathlons are like they take will to even want to do. The swimming, the biking, the running. Triathletes are elite athletes. So a guy who's a double amputee picking up the technology to do a triathlon, yeah, the technology doesn't knock on the door and strap itself on and it's not like the $6 million man. You might want to start thinking before you type this negative, this Debbie Downer stuff that you love to type.
What are we doing here? I got to get out and work now. So she gave me a newspaper. They had classifieds back in the day. Terry knows about newspapers. And so there was a job for reporter at a local, it was something called the News Record. It was a local newspaper in my town. And I grew up, we actually subscribed to the paper. So I went and interviewed, and the woman who was running the paper, she owned it. She was like, well, there's another job open. And I was like, what is it? She's a sports editor. And I was like, okay. She said it pays $35 more. I was like, I'll take it. She didn't know. She's like, well, I don't know anything about sports. I was like, okay, we'll figure it out together. So I got that job based on it paying more. And all I did was take the Star Ledger, which was my local paper there, the big paper, and I would just read their stories and kind of like not copy.
You make up a news story. Make up a news story.
Yeah, no, but I
Paraphrase.
would follow their style, and because she didn't know anything, and we literally had to paste the paper together. I had to write the captions and the cut lines and the pictures, and we had to literally with the little
the X-Acto knife.
Yeah, and the glue and all, and then it went to the press.
And it goes
it was a big press there. So so I learned how to put together a newspaper, but I was a sports editor because it paid more, not because of my sports acumen. But it was the thing that allowed me to catapult my career because there were very few at the time women, and there were definitely very few Black people. And working there allowed me to get a job at the Star Ledger. I was there at that newspaper for like 6 months, and then I ended up at the Star Ledger, the paper that I was actually copying from, not plagiarizing. And because they saw my style, which was their style.
Like our style.
This looks like our style. So I copied their style.
We're looking at it familiar.
And then from there, I ended up at the New York Daily News. I was there for 8 months, got fired from that job because I went on job interviews at the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Daily News while I was on vacation. And somebody at the Daily News called and told them they had just given me a raise and a new position to take care of all women's sports. I was in charge of all women's sports, and they were so pissed off at me that
for interviewing?
Yeah, that how dare you? It was like, how dare you?
You just got the best job, and now you want another job.
Black, and I know part of that too was,
who do you think you are?
Yeah, who do you think you are? And I drove the same car that the owner of my father bought me my father bought me a BMW for graduation because he could, and he liked to make sure that my mom got a new car every 2 years. Yeah. So I had the exact same car as the guy that owned the damn outlet, and so I would same color and everything. So he probably was just like, I'm so sick of her.
Who do you think you are?
And then you're gonna go leave after I gave you a raise and all. But at the time I was 21 and I didn't understand politics or whatever. I was like, he took me in a room and said, we looked at your work while you were gone and it's not up to par. These were the exact words, and it rings in my head to this day because it felt wrong. I'm like, how do you give somebody a raise and put them in charge of all women's sports when it's not up to par? We looked at your work while you were gone and it's not up to par. So I couldn't log in when I got in. I was like, what's going on? They were like, he wants to talk to you. And I was like, get your stuff and get out. I was like, what is happening? Like, I was devastated. I've never been fired before for not being up to par. Like, what? Me? So I'm getting my stuff, going out to the parking lot, and one of the editors runs out and he was like, this is what happened. they heard that somebody called and you were looking for a job, and they was, and I was, but it still didn't make it better because I'm still fired. But that not up to par thing stuck with me. And fortunately, and this is where the relentlessness of my mother comes in, I ended up calling the New York Daily News like every day because now I don't have a job.
And now you're mad.
And I'm mad, I'm hurt. And I called them every day, made friends with Dolores Thompson, who was the secretary to the sports editor. And again, I figured that was an easier way for me to get into whatever it is I was going to do because there weren't a lot of people who looked like me in that position. And I didn't know that they had just been sued for racism. I didn't know any of that. But I ended up, it was about 3 weeks later, getting hired there. And but I was so ringing in my head with that "you're not up to par" that I went to the Barnes and Noble, bought every book on writing, every book, and I had those books in my desk. That you were not and this is another lesson for young people. Made friends with all of the Black editors at the Daily News. They were, and before I sent my piece to the man, made them all give me my feedback, tell me what I need to do better, and then I would send it off to them, to the people. And I ended up ascending at the Daily News, like, but it was community again. It was not just being by
A
myself
village,
thinking
yeah.
I'm great, but yeah.
You were
Well-
smart enough to ask for
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
And just that not up to par, that's what they were saying to me.
Yeah, that's
You're not
that's
up to
their
par.
catchphrase, right?
That's yeah, it was sort
Who
of like
do you
you
think you
there.
are?
Yeah, like
Why are
you're
you-
clearly not up to par. How'd you get here? And
Did you sneak in the back door?
it was also interesting that your solution, you referenced your mom. You said it was the mom in you that's just like,
Yeah.
you ain't gonna tell me that.
Yeah, nah.
Not gonna be.
Yeah,
Not gonna be.
This is the
That
first time I cried over losing a job. But there is something about that loss too, that had that not happened at a young age, the resilience to be able to go, oh, this is all, people will say things to you because, they have to justify. I mean, he had to justify, how do you fire somebody?
Right.
You have to have a justification.
Right.
But that you laid that on me and you knew that was a lie.
Right.
Oh, people will lie to you. Like that was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
what?
'cause they want to
They
get
will-
out. Yeah.
They will
Right.
just say anything to you.
Right.
Okay, so now you have to know what reality is, even in your slight delusion. You have to know, am I good enough? Okay, if I'm not, then let me make sure that I am.
I am. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
So that's
Yep.
the other thing. I'm gonna
Yes.
be overly good.
Yes.
You're not gonna have. So after a month of being at the Daily News, I had a front page story on the Sunday paper, which was circulated about 1 million copies back then.
Above the full.
Yeah, front
Front
page
page,
above the
front page
fold.
above
Right.
the fold.
Yeah,
Front page.
That's
on
a
a
big
on a
thing.
kid
The
that
news was the
yeah.
front page.
Yeah.
It
It
was
was
like
a sports story
Yeah,
of a kid that was homeless and one of the best basketball stars in the country. And I ended up, talking with his mom, and we did this whole thing. And I remember the racist that was working with me at the time was like, I've been here 20 years and I've never done anything. I said, you need to work a little
You
harder.
ain't got a good story
Yeah, I
like
was like,
me.
yeah, you're not up to par.
told a good
So I was
story,
like,
right?
yeah, take that, But yeah, that was the greatest get back because I was also experiencing racism within the department because I apparently took a white boy's job. And he, when they asked him to do something, he told them to get the N-word to do it. Because I remember it's like, what is going on here? And Dolores, she was like, oh, you don't have to ever worry, because this is what this is. And I was like, oh, it's really nasty. It's a den of vipers here. Good. Okay.
Now you know.
Yes. Oh, we can get busy now. Now that I know y'all are just fragile.
Because you can hunt those vipers.
I'm
'Cause you're a
gonna get
hunter.
them. Yeah, but it forced me to outwork everybody there and just be more talented because I just was anyway. But I was not shrinking from that. You weren't gonna let me. I was gonna put it in your face. Oh, work harder. Oh, I'm sorry that you're not as good as I am. Oh, this is what the Black people do. Because he came back, he said, I was in Brooklyn, in your neighborhood, nobody messed with my car. And I was like, I'm from Jersey, first of all, number one. Number two, no, what are you talking about? So when the front page piece came out, it was like, yeah, this is what Black people do. I'm only here because I'm Black, because it was a lawsuit, because that's the other thing. Oh, you're only here because you're Black. Okay, take this. Oh, what else? Oh, okay. So it became like motivating.
You're above par. Now you're above par.
Yeah. Like every dig became an opportunity for me to flip that, and then I'm gonna rub it in your face too, because that's That's a lot of
just
fun.
saying.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah, but I love the demure way that my mother would never do that. By the way, she's always gonna take the high road. That's not me.
Yeah,
There
I
was
knew I
a
loved this
interview with
woman.
Cardi B where someone asked her, he says, "Oh, you know Michelle Obama." You know, she says,
Yeah,
you know,
When
we
you
go
go
low,
low,
go
you
high.
go
She's
high.
like, "Is that what you do?" She was like, "Hell no." I go way low to
Yes.
hell low. you
Yes,
know,
yo.
so-
Yes.
so, anyway,
Yes,
I
I
thought
possess
that was
that.
cute.
When
Love
they go
Cardi
low,
B.
send them to hell.
Yeah,
Yes.
send them to hell. Right?
Look at what she's accomplished. You
Oh,
can't even
yeah,
be mad
yeah,
at her.
she's
You're like,
Which also is
go, girl.
a message. I think there are many different ways to get to wherever you need,
Yeah.
because
Yes.
some people
Yeah.
are not the send them to hell type people.
Right.
And you need to know that. You need to
Yes.
know I don't
Yes.
have that in me.
Right.
There's another way. Like my mother's way is so effective.
Yeah. Yes.
Not gonna be my way.
Yeah,
And it's
yes,
okay. There's space
yes,
for everybody to
yes.
find their way.
But there's parts of her way that
Yeah.
you probably
Oh.
integrate into
well,
your way.
that is true. That is true. I do that secretly. That's
Secret.
I do that secretly.
Don't
yeah.
tell anybody.
Yeah, that's a one-on-one. That's when you do the behind the scenes stuff. Nobody needs to know that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell your mom.
Suzanne.
So thanks. First of all, you are amazing.
Thank you.
And really appreciate you sharing with us your mom, your journey, and your ability to rise above maybe what my dad would say, people trying to put a monkey on your back.
Mm.
He always says to me, don't let him put that monkey on your back. And you don't let anybody put a monkey on your back.
That below par was a monkey on your back.
Yes, he's trying to put it on.
Yeah.
And that's what I think our community, our audience, whoever is watching this, I think there are going to be moments when we feel that monkey on our back, or we feel like we're being shamed undeservedly. And hopefully they will channel you and your story and what you've shared with us today, because nobody deserves to carry that shame.
No,
I don't know,
agree. I
not
agree.
for a second, let alone years. I also want to thank you because we've been on this journey together. You know, it's sort of funny. You shamed me into coming to Urban View. So you got on the radio and said, this is the largest Black-owned bank, and we ain't heard nothing from them. And right after that,
she did. She's call them up.
Yes, she said, we're the
She
Urban
did.
View, and we ain't heard nothing from the largest Black-owned bank. And right after that, I called you, and we had a great interview. And I was like, I want to be where you are. And we've been together. We've been a sponsor of
Yes, you
Urban
have.
View
And we
for,
thank you.
I don't know now how many
10
years. 10
probably,
years,
yeah.
maybe. And it's been wonderful. You have helped us grow. I mean, there were times when I know your listeners would call and say, I got this problem, and you'd send it to me, and
Yep.
we'd follow up. We've tripled in size
Yeah, I
since
got
we've
to
been
see the
with
call
you.
center today.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got to see
I
the
know,
call
right?
center that used to be like 5 people and is now, you know, a huge call center. You got to see our artists in residence, didn't exist
Yeah,
before.
beautiful.
But we, you know, really appreciate our journey together, and we really appreciate you and Urban View as a place to communicate with our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
This is everything we do should be in service of one another. You know, I think the relationship between us and sponsors.
Hey, CKJ3, I don't know if you're out there still in the chat, but apparently there are some people who are getting together and helping each other out at a high level. I didn't even know about this largest Black-owned bank. Karen Hunter has her own little niche on Sirius XM, Urban View. So here we are. You know, they're sponsoring her outfit, her Sirius XM outfit, and apparently she's helped them grow by, you know, sending some of her folks over to them. So here is one example of black folks helping other black folks grow their businesses. So hopefully somebody will carry this back to John Galt.
Even coming into Sirius XM.
And people like I talked to Chaotic Truth months ago about Karen Hunter, and they just basically poo-pooed, like, oh yeah, who is she? Apparently, why don't some of these anti-black content creators, why don't they know about this sort of stuff? Why is this little YouTube channel coming across this just kind of hopped into my algorithm? I didn't even know this sort of stuff existed, but I do now, and I'll be doing some exploration. But this is the kind of stuff that all these people out here saying black people ain't shit. Why don't they know about this sort of stuff? It's just truly amazing how limited folks can be.
I was like, yeah, no, all money's not good money. All people aren't good people. And if we are selling to our
Yeah,
people, we need
dirty
to sell
dude,
to
I
our
just
people
don't get it.
through our people, through people who are part of the community that we can challenge and also, go back and forth with and elevate. And it's not just about, oh, I don't like this, but how do we fix it? So you have been absolutely, I remember one incident in particular where I was like, Terry, I called you up and you were like, can I come on? And I was like, yes. And we had a conversation. That was really powerful for the audience to see, because when do we get a chance to have a conversation with the owner of a bank, about something? But it was beautiful. And thank you for
thank you.
always being open.
Yeah. No, thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Suzanne and I.
I'm sorry. The bank is called One United Bank. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to it, and I'll follow up and see what they've got on YouTube and see if some other stuff is out there. But apparently, One United Bank, biggest black-owned bank in the United States, is there. So this is this particular video. I'm not sure. I don't think it's in my show notes. So let me put it there in case anybody wants to follow up. Oh, excuse me. And then watching the beautiful the beautiful Karen Hunter has inspired me to she did a TED Talk years ago. I don't know why she says she's not good at she's not good at public speaking. This TED Talk she did, and I'll find out how many years ago. I beg to differ. She did a whole damn TED Talk. What is she talking about? So this is her TED Talk, and it's about 10 minutes, and it is 6 years ago. I bet it's probably longer than that. But here it is.
How many people in this room are free? Raise your hand.
Yeah, and it's in mono for some reason.
Are you free or are you free-ish? Okay. We'll get to that in a second. So 400
So
years
this is
ago this week, 20 some odd.
This is Karen Hunter not being good at public speaking. Yeah. And you know what? Paul Weyrich won won in November of 2024. Not value voting. Spot on with that comment. Oops. Wow. Well, apparently you can't play this. Yeah, well, apparently this is what I get for simping for Karen Hunter. But I don't know. God damn it, it was worth it. So, you know what? I think cuz I kind of want to watch this. But the problem is that I am at 5 hours and 10 minutes. So, let me make a quick show. Um Since we were talking about women and, women this, women that, um, kind of want to watch this. Let's see here. Just give me one sec. I'm going to create just a quick stream because what I want is to end this so I can have the StreamYard AI clip it up. And because I'm lazy. So this will be called Blame It on Women. All right. So let's see. It is 8:50. We'll make it 9 o'clock, though I'll probably be on sooner. So what I'm going to do, folks, the few of you that are left, is this next stream will be probably less than 2 hours unless it starts getting fun. And I will drop the YouTube link once it's created. Okay, so here is the actually I need to do it in StreamYard. Here's the YouTube link, the next YouTube link. For those of us who want to go over there, I'm just going to look at this Jonah Goldberg called Blame It All on Women. And I will see you over there. I'm going to go ahead and end this so it can get clipped. And then I'll be back in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So just stay tuned to that. And look, I enjoyed watching Karen Hunter. She kind of reinvigorated me. And Lupin and CKJ3, thank you for major support of this show. You can't imagine how much I appreciate it. And you know, having folks like Dirty and Lupin and well, just the gang, Brian, CKJ3. I actually enjoy doing the show. So you know, I will see everybody in a few minutes.